Well, well, well. Hello. Welcome to day 120. I am way too loud here. Hold on. Blah, blah, blee, blue, blue, blue. Blow, blow, blow. Testing. Hello, hello. Clearing throats. Talking normal voice. And I think this is much better. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 120. We made it. What a celebration. Well, I made it. My cats have not made it. I just fed them, so I believe. Oh, we can see Kimbap in the distance there. Actually, both my cats are just hanging out there. I just fed them, so they're just doing their thing, as cats do. Hello, hello, Guten Abend, Daytor. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Welcome to day 120. Looks like one of my cats is coming over. I don't think she's coming right over to her bed, but I'm just like in stalker mode. Oh, what perfect timing. Oh my god, my instincts are getting better. I knew exactly when she was gonna head over. No doubts. Forget the doubts. Well, okay, so Nala's here saying hello. And then Kimbap is just kind of chilling, doing his thing, as he always does. Perfect in time, says Daytor. Yes, I almost did that intentionally, but yes. Welcome, everyone. Actually, let me go ahead, because I always forget to do this. And I took a pause from doing the TikTok live, because I kept getting hit with these silly... Oh, look who showed up. The other one showed up as well. There we go. Wow. Everyone just wants to hang out today. That's good. Okay, sorry. I'm just setting up. I'm going to go live on TikTok again. It's been fun. I mean, there's been no issues with it, except for the fact that every once in a while I get those timeout messages. Maybe because when I play YouTube videos, it's, dinging me for it. I'm not exactly sure. So, at the risk of maybe getting suspended once again, I don't know if it's called suspension either. I don't know what is happening with TikTok, but it's worth trying out, So bear with me. Welcome, guys. Let me put you guys on. Okay, so Kimbap. Oh, also, I was using my cameras to film. So I'm double checking. I feel like some things are off. It looks very dark for Kimbap. Oh, you know what it is? It's because I'm blocking him with my product box. 1 second. We got some new products. I was about to say gift, but is it a gift if you gift it to yourself and you paid for it? So I gifted myself some Tilta gear, which is back there in between my cats. Let me go ahead and grab it because it's blocking the light. Blah, blah, blah. So we'll do a fun little, I say fun, but we'll do some unboxing, right? Because we got these new products to break down and see if we enjoy. Maybe like this. Boom, there you go. Did that improve my cat camera? Let's see, hold on. Let me go back to cat camera. Yeah, it's a bit better. I feel like it's slightly dark though. Hold on. All right, we're going with a 1.2 aperture, but that does mean I need to set this to manual focus probably. Okay. Yeah, it's much brighter now. I like this. All right. So let me set up. Which cat do we want to go on? Oh, shoot. I blocked them. How could I block her? Just give me a second, guys. Also, today I went to the gym and I worked out my back. And I feel like an old man. Every time I like bend down, it feels like it's the end of me. It is what it is. Okay, where's my tiki-taki? Here's TikTok. I haven't touched this in a long time, so hopefully everything's ready to go. If I click on go live, live photo video editing session. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Cool. Okay. So I think everything is set up now. So welcome back, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. Hello, Daytour. Thanks for being in the chat on this fine. I guess it's not evening your time right now. So guten afternoon. It is evening my time, just about 6 p.m., 6:20 p.m. You know what? It's been a while. I do want to test my streaming hours again. It's just bear with me. I've been in a little bit of catch-up mode at the start of the year. There's been a lot of things with a few people that visited me, like my mom visited for a few weeks and all that fun stuff. So I've been a little bit behind, and I've also been putting a lot of time outside of the stream into my YouTube channel. So very, very excited in terms of the progress that's being made. However, it does mean that I haven't streamed as much on YouTube and Twitch as of late, or not consistently. So I kind of want, or okay, here's the problem. I've been streaming, but then I start streaming later in the evening. So let's say like, 7, 8 p.m. And then maybe I go till hopefully around midnight. But I want to try to get back into like, could I start streaming around 4 p.m. my time and just go the distance, at least a few days out of the week. So those are a few things, few challenges that I'm going to be testing out. But yes, and then the other thing, of course, is I want to keep testing out this TikTok, and I'm taking a pause from the vertical stream on YouTube for now, just to take a week off from it, just to see how much of a difference does it make or not. So I'm still very much in learning mode. So, and like I said, I don't know. I don't know if I've gotten in trouble with TikTok because of the whatever the thing was that keeps getting me in trouble. So hopefully my TikTok is working okay. I'm just going to put this off to the side here so I can see everything. Boom, boom, boom. Yes, and last one here. Great. All right, now I can see everything. So welcome, like I said. So today is going to be a chill stream, but I do want to get some work done. I'll update you guys on a few things that I'm working on, including some YouTube videos. I've been filming a lot of episodes for my YouTube channel. I mentioned this before, but I'm going in a not a new direction. I'm trying to deepen the direction of my YouTube channel and be more intentional, have more structure, and then hopefully share more of me, like talking to the camera, but not in like a 5-hour live stream kind of a concept, but you know, maybe like 3 minutes, 5 minutes. And the goal is I need to hopefully find valuable topics or interesting topics that you guys would want to hear my opinion or my thoughts about. And that's a big challenge, but thank you to everyone who's been helping me with these live streams, because now I do feel very confident. Even when I'm streaming to 0 people, I feel very happy doing it. And so that just took practice. So throughout all these live streams, welcome, Mindful. Mindful says, sounds like a mindful grind. Yes, we've been grinding away. It's been good. It's been good. But yeah, so I think one of those challenges is trying to figure out, do people want to hear from me? Am I a wise Mr. Miyagi, or is there another Asian guy reference? What's the opposite of a Miyagi Asian character? A Fu Manchu? But I don't know. I just know that name exists. I don't know anything about that. The point is, could I have little tidbits of things that I spew out of my mouth that people go like, ooh, I want a bit of that. I want to breathe in those thoughts that come out. You know, sometimes I do think I say things that are insightful, other times I don't, but if I could be focused, and also with some ChatGPT to help me out, or AI to kind of figure out like what are key topics and flesh out my thought process, I want to turn those into film moments. So I'll share a few of those with you guys today as we just kind of do our thing, as I have a chill stream. And the other thing I said is I've got a few new gear, right? So my Tilta cage finally arrived, so I do want to do a bit of unboxing. And I have my camera with the wireless HDMI, so we can test that out a bit further. Just hand holding maybe, or maybe I can lock it onto this thing. Anyways, we're going to try. We're going to try some things. Let me put this over here for now. And I got one more box underneath me. Welcome, Mindful Grinds. Thanks for being here. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone. Whatever platform you're watching me on. Like I said, I'm testing out TikTok again. I'm just a bit nervous, making sure that I'm not getting in trouble. I don't know what keeps getting me in trouble. Coincidentally, I think each time I've gotten this message from TikTok saying like, hey, it's like shadow banning apparently, or I don't know. It's like, hey, we're not gonna put you on any of the platforms for like 30 minutes or something like that. It's always coincides with when I'm watching a YouTube video. So I'm going to do my best to avoid that. And then, yeah, I'm not sure what else could cause it. I'm assuming it's that. So, but yeah, we're going to keep testing out this TikTok side of things, and YouTube. I was briefly mentioning we're going to do our landscape only for now. And yeah, keep on twitching. So thank you guys for being here. What am I going to do today? I think I'm going to do a bit of video editing first. Actually, no. Okay, let's think this through. I should have followed my own agenda. I will do a bit of unboxing. So let me set up the camera so that I can like do this properly. And then I will update you guys on some of the video projects that I'm working on for the YouTube channel. And then let's do some proper editing, right? So let me see. Is everything set up over here? If I go Z63 client shoots. Which one do I want to open up? YouTube projects. Behind the lens, Mongolia. Okay, let me just open up Mongolia for now. And let's switch over here, see if it works. Oh, beautiful. Things are working. And then on TikTok, I need to switch over my screen. We have to go to the other scene, right? Where is this guy? Editing. There we go. Okay. So everything seems to be working okay. Mindful says, I deleted the TikTok app with the massive new surveillance and transfer of ownership to Larry Ellison. Who is Larry Ellison? Is that a Google guy? Or the name sounds familiar, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm not in the know about a lot of those things. Larry Ellison sounds familiar, but not really. Is this someone who's like super political, where you have to be careful? The small print is insane. You're agreeing to essentially allow the app to always monitor you through other apps. Okay. Well, here's the thing. That does sound spooky. But I've already kind of, and this is a little bit nihilistic. I don't know. That's the wrong word. Jaded is also the wrong word. But I'm already kind of assuming that every part of my life is, known to all these companies, right? Wasn't there something just a few days ago where Google basically lost a court case and they had to pay out like tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars for basically admitting that they were spying on their customers through whatever Google Voice app thing or whatever, right? And I feel like Apple has probably been in the same case. I don't know. At this point, I just kind of assume all these companies know everything about me. They listen in on everything I do. They know me better than I know me, right? So I've already resigned. That's the word I'm looking for. I've already resigned myself to the fact that most of everything of mine is just like been monitored or spied on. The things I think where I would draw the line is just around the ownership of. Well, I mean, I draw the line sooner on other things as well, but definitely when it comes to like, hey, if you take ownership of the content that I create, that's a definite red line. And then, there's other stuff before then, which is why I haven't really been using CapCut as much. I know there's a time a few months ago, someone in the chat was telling me like, yo, be careful with CapCut because there's the new T's and C's, and basically whatever you create on their app, they basically claim the rights to it. And it seemed to be fairly true, at least what ChatGPT was telling me. But yeah, being out of the US, it probably is not an issue. All right. Well, yeah, listen, whatever the case is, okay? Continue spying on me. I am a goody two-shoe. I got nothing to be afraid of. I ain't on no list, okay? That's all I gotta say. But yeah, thanks for letting me know, Mindful. That probably isn't the best to know about. All right. So what did I want to do? Oh yeah, I want to set up the camera. So I could just set this guy up, but I'm missing, I need a, man, my place is so messy. I've been quite a mess recently. I need to see if I have the ball head or something to attach this to my little thing here. I need the thing to attach the thing to the thing, you know? Give me a second. Also, I need to turn on the AC. I heat up way too quickly. Okay, I think one of these should work, right? Come on. Come on, buddy. Yes. All right, here we go. Hello, hello. Oh, who's I feel like I recognize you on the TikTok side. Or, I mean, is that a Vincent Van Gogh avatar? Vincent says hello over on TikTok. Well, thank you for saying hi. I'm going to do my best to monitor these chats a bit better than I have in the past. But if I don't respond to you, just know it's not you, it's me. But thanks for being here. We're just doing a chill live stream today, but I'm also going to start with a bit of unboxing of some camera gear that I recently purchased. But first I need to set this guy up. Also, let me switch the TikTok. We'll get out of the editing mode for now. Although, I guess on TikTok, I don't know how to set this up yet. Okay, one step done. What's the next step? I need to turn on the receiver. Okay. I gotta turn this camera on. And turn this on. Okay. I'm gonna pretend like I know what I'm doing. Hello, Anya. Anya says hi on TikTok. Your mic? Uh-oh. My mic. Testing. You can't hear me. Uh-oh. Oh, you know what it is? Because I switched over. Thank you. Let's see. Device not connected. Oh, yeah. It's because I switched from the Scarlett. So I need to switch. How do I switch out? Microphone device. We're going to the Rodecaster. Here we go. Test. Testing. Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me? TikTok, can you hear me? It's working now? Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank you for watching on the TikTok side. I never know if people are watching me on TikTok. I am a bit older. Okay, that's not a good excuse, but I'm in my 30s now. And that's my excuse for not knowing how to properly tickety talk. And I also don't know how to Snapchat. But yeah, thanks. I'm testing out the TikTok live stream vertically. And then if you want to see me landscape, head on over to my Twitch and my YouTube channels. I appreciate it for sure. Right now, I'm just doing some fun stuff in the sense that I spent a lot of my money on a bunch of random stuff. Oh wait, also I noticed I am out of focus with my cat. Let me fix that. How dare I? There we go. All right, so we got Nala over here chilling, and then Kimbap all the way over there still sleeping. All right, cool. So I bought some things from Tilta, which is it's a brand that a lot of filmmakers know. I've never used any Tilta gear before, so this is going to be really new for me. I've always used small rig for my cages, for my cameras and stuff like that. So we'll see. Anya says, I don't know how TikTok works either. Nice. And she's sleeping. Yeah, you know what? I'm very lucky to basically, I work from home now, right? So I'm no longer in corporate. I've been spending all my time trying to, pursue my passion, and it's a lot of work, but it also means when I'm not traveling, I'm at home. And thankfully, my cats love me, which is cool. Or maybe, I don't know. You can never tell with cats, right? Because they love you enough that they'll probably eat you if you die at home, but they at least enjoy being close to me, probably because the moment I stand up to get food, they'll be ready. That's my assumption. And maybe they care about me, you hope for the best. So since I'm home all the time and editing my videos and my photos from my travels, and my cats are nearby, and as a photographer, I figure I've got like so many different cameras everywhere. Why not connect it up to my computer? And then also, why don't I try live streaming if I'm just going to be sitting here all the time anyways? And I can talk for hours. So it just became like a perfect formula for me to say, like, why not try to stream the process? So that's basically what you guys are tuning into. But yeah, welcome. This is now this is month number 6, I think, of me streaming. Mindful over on YouTube says, haha, I must be ancient. What the heck is Fed? We are a bunch of OGs. Did I say the word Fed? Wait, is Fed in the chat? As in like Fedorevsky? Our boy Fed? I don't see him yet. But yes, I'm not young anymore. I'm not a spring chicken or whatever they say. Okay, so the camera's here, but now I got to figure out how do I switch. Oh yeah, is it working then? So if I go to my live stream, I remember, overhead maybe? Oh, it's working. Okay, it's working over on Twitch and YouTube. Let me see if I can create a new scene on TikTok. But let me first adjust this. Let's see. How's it looking? Okay, it looks a little bit better if I play around with it like this a bit. All right, so I'm a little off, right? Here's the, let me see, how off angle are we? twist this. Oh my god. I need a crew so I don't do this by myself. I must be, oh yeah, he is not here yet? Yeah. Hopefully everyone shows up. Anya says, I like the setup. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Especially on the vertical stream, /screen. This is a new experience for me because usually I've been accustomed to the landscape mode. But it's kind of fun. I've been enjoying the vertical concept. This way you can see my cat. So this is Kimbap above me, and then below me is Nala over on TikTok. Spring chicken, yes, that is a phrase that us millennials say. I don't know what the Gen Alpha Zs say these days. Something about Riz. All right, let me see. Can I? Okay, getting warmer. Boom. I think this is as good as it gets. Oh god. Why does it keep sinking? Okay. I think I got it set up so it's not gonna fall. So you can see that Tilta down there. Although the frame rate, I need to change it, looks like. Alright. Now can I create this over on the TikTok side? Tiki-taki, let's go. How do I do this? Well, first let me just see if I can add it as a camera source. Add source, yes. Camera. Okay. Oh, did it just magically show up? Nice. Okay, yeah, the roadcaster, resolution, frame rate we want. Okay, it doesn't look bad, but I just gotta rotate this now. Flip it. Reverse it. Cool. Okay. Well, now guys, over on TikTok, you should be able to see my overhead shot. I'm just gonna cover up Nala because the box is covering her up anyways. So, you know, it is what it is. But what I should do is I should duplicate this as a new scene. Duplicate scene. There we go. And then this one. Okay. So this is going to be the one so I can do the overhead. Should I just cover myself? No, you guys are here for me, not my cats. Okay, we got this. Cool. All right, this is as good as we'll get it. Let me move. This guy over here. There we go. Wow, I'm like a designer right now. Okay, so if you look below over on the TikTok side and for the Twitch and YouTubers, you should be able to see it right here. I've got these two boxes. Oh, my back. Oof. I feel like we should open up the bigger one first. I'm assuming this is the main thing. Hopefully it shows up on camera. Okay. Oh my god, this is like almost too big. Actually, yeah, you can barely see it fit the whole thing. That's fine. Now, one issue is over on the Twitch YouTube side. I think it's flipped, or I need to figure out how do I flip this? Oh my god, this is so much work. Let's see. If I go to the camera source. Roadcaster video. Transform maybe. Rotate 180 degrees or flip. No, okay, I think I need to flip horizontal. And then flip vertical. All right, we're good. I feel like a genius. That means I can move this guy over here. My OCD is gonna kick in a little bit. And boom. Okay. Now this is where I wish I was an artist, like an illustrator or like I don't know, someone who knows how to sketch. Because I feel like this overhead shot would look cool if I knew how to draw. This could look cool. I guess this is what the gamers do, right? I guess if you're a video gamer, you would see my mouse go crazy as I'm like shooting bad guys or whatever. But instead, you just see me doing nothing. It is what it is. All right. I think everything is set up now. So thank you guys. I am not doing anything exciting. I'm just unboxing a few camera products that I've got recently. Anya, Anya on the Twitch side. Thank you very much. Anya, if you don't mind hitting that, is it a subscribe button? No. If you hit the follow button on Twitch, and do all the other things. I don't know, man, I should know this by now. But if you follow me or like the stream somehow, I will love you forever. Also over on the YouTube side, you know, I always love the love on YouTube. That is my goal these days. So my goal has been to build up the YouTube channel. So, all right, here we go. Ooh la la. Oh, so yeah, I should also give like a brief in terms of like who I am, just for anyone who's new. So I am a wildlife and travel photographer. But now for the past, I want to say 2 to 3 years, I've actually started to switch over into videography, cinematography, but still based around my travels. So if you see my content on Instagram, YouTube, under Yobel Prize, you will see it's a lot of captures from my travels. A lot of it recently has been with wildlife. But yeah, I do my best to try to tell stories through the visuals that I capture and the motion footage and all that. And then especially in the past, I want to say 5-6 months, I decided to try to be more comfortable in front of the camera. So I started live streaming, especially when I'm not traveling. And then the second thing on top of that, in terms of where my focus has been, it's been on actual like proper filmmaking. So also on my YouTube channel. Hello, Anya, +1. Oh, thank you very much for, thank you for migrating across all the platforms that I'm on. I very much appreciate that. Excuse me. But yeah, if you check out my YouTube channel, you'll see I made a short film recently called The Island of Second Chances. That was my first time making a short film, 5 minutes, but it was, you know, in collaboration with Nikon. I am a Nikon shooter, so they provided me with the gear, the camera that they launched. So that was a really fun project. And now I feel so inspired and motivated to keep doing this. So I'm going to continue this year trying to be a filmmaker and travel and start live streaming while I'm traveling. So I'm trying to do all of the things all together. And hopefully if you're following me, you'll enjoy the journey. What else can I share about myself besides that? Yeah. Oh yeah, and then in terms of the streams, usually I'll spend my time on the streams to edit. You know, right now, for instance, I need to edit my episode 2 or part 2 of my Mongolia travel vlog. So I really want to nail this down and you know, not to say get it over with, but we have been slow with this one in particular. So I want to get this done, and then we'll talk about a few other projects. I have some photos to edit from my travels as well as videos. So that's like the general gist of things. But yeah, but first, like I said, I wanna see what I bought. Oh, one thing that's annoying is unless I mic, oh yeah, I still have to pick up my Rode mics, the Rode wireless mic, but I don't have it with me. So one annoying thing is that I need to be close to this microphone as I'm doing this. So let's hurry up. Let me pull out all the products here, and let me turn on the fan because I'm dying. Give me. Oh my god, what is all this? So what I purchased from Tilta, I bought a cage for my Nikon ZR, but I also bought the full cage, which comes with like all the other little things that you need if you are a proper filmmaker, which I technically am not. So I'm still in the learning phase, right? But like, you know, if you were like doing a film project with the crew, you know, like the whole lights, camera, action type thing, I think I got everything necessary except for the V-mount battery, but I have everything else in order for me to actually set up my camera. So like I'm actual, like, you know, filmmaker. And then we got this other box, but I don't know if I have space. Let me just see. I don't think you guys can really see it. Let me just open this up and see what's in here. Jesus. The worst thing is, what if I bought duplicate? No. Okay, we're good. Oh yeah, this is that V-mount thing. So I think it's for like the batteries or whatever. Okay, let's see. What do we get? All right, first thing first is that is the actual cage. Give me a knife. Am I allowed to? Hold on. I don't want to get in trouble on TikTok. Let me talk to ChatGPT real quick. Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. I'm here and ready to go. What's on your mind?
I'm currently live streaming on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and all that. And I'm doing some unboxing, which requires a knife for me to unbox. I don't know anything about TikTok. Like, will I get in trouble for having a knife on screen?
TikTok is pretty strict about anything that might look like a weapon. Even if it's just a utility knife for unboxing, it can get flagged. Safer bet, use a tool that doesn't look threatening, like a pair of scissors or something clearly non-weapon-like. Better safe than sorry.
I'll just use my fingers, thanks.
Honestly, that's the simplest solution. Your fingers are totally TOS compliant, just watch out for paper cuts and you're golden.
Wow, I forgot how helpful Amber could be, our little ChatGPT. All right, it's too strict, says Anya. Yeah, like I've already gotten I have already been punished by TikTok a few times now. And I still haven't been able to figure out what caused it. The assumption is it has something to do with watching a YouTube video or something, but. All right, so this is the full camera cage. Now the thing is, I can't actually put this on because the camera, my Nikon ZR, is currently being used for the stream. But at the very least, I just wanted to see what's all in here. Ooh la la. Oh yeah, and I'm very excited because like I said, I usually use small rig for my cages. But I had one problem with this particular cage for the ZR. The small rig, the way they designed it, the cage of the small rig cage, it on the top side of the camera. So if you see the camera cage here, right on these buttons, they had a thing that blocked. Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for the follow, Eris Cartel over on Twitch. Thank you. Someone's at my door. Give me a second. Hold on. We got a ring. All right. That was just a delivery of coffee. I got one of those, is it called Everyday Dose Coffee or something like that? I saw some YouTuber, promoting it, and I was like, why not? And so, yeah, I'm testing it out. Kitty, she's awake. Oh, is she? Oh, yeah, the doorbell. Yeah. Yeah. We got both our cats in. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Eris Cartel. Thank you. Yo, what is happening? DTK is also in the chat. Hello. What's up? Not much. Thanks for joining the stream. I am now streaming today on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. So we're having fun. Now for today's stream, where what you've tuned into DTK is I got some products. So I got my Tilta full cage for the Nikon ZR, so it's just arrived. So I just started doing the unboxing. Man, I should be better organized. Hold on. Let me just hide all these stuff first. We'll do it one at a time, yeah? Anya says, tell her I said puss. Oh, can I set it back up? It should be fairly easy. One thing I've been doing, Anya, is I was testing out a shotgun mic for like cat ASMR, and it actually works really well. So like if I stick the shotgun mic to her mouth, this guy, I've got this little shotgun mic here, and the quality is fantastic. Maybe if I have time, I'll set it back up for the stream. But yeah, let me tell her what you said. Nala. Puss, puss, puss. Ah, good girl. Okay. She acknowledged. The purring, what's her name? Her name is Nala. And then the gray one is Kimbap. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess you guys can't see Nala except for in the small screen right now. It is what it is. Listen, we're doing this last minute. DTK says that's so cool. And so cute. Yes, my cats are adorable. They are the best. Eris says... One second. Eris Cartel says, following, because have an interest in seeing other people video edit. I'm finally trying to learn more. I sadly have to go, but I'll be tuning in more. Well, thank you very much, Eris Cartel, for the follow. I appreciate it over on Twitch. I normally do a lot of video edits, and we have a lot of people in the community who are like proper color grader, I don't know what's the word, colorists, filmmakers, everything in between. So I hope you'll stick around. Because, yeah, that is generally what I spend my time on stream doing, is just like editing my photos and videos and trying to do it in a way where I'm telling stories. So one of the things I'm working on is a trip to Mongolia, and I wanted to, you know, tell a proper story, right? Beginning, middle, and end, everything, the whole shebang. So thank you very much. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I should be streaming. I usually try to stream about 5 days a week. Just depends on whatever else is going on in my life. And I do like to stream for, you know, like, I have good stamina. If I can stream like 7-8 hours usually. All right. But let's see how far we can go today. But thank you very much. All right. So we got this cage. Well, okay. What I was saying is that usually prior to this, I was using small rig for all my other cameras. So, I mean, I use small rig for my Nikon Z9, for my Nikon Z6 III, for the Z6. Yeah, I use it for everything. However, for my latest camera, the Nikon ZR, what I was explaining is that when you insert the small rig cage, the way they designed on the right side, where my where my right hand is, they designed the full cage in a way where there's a kind of like the steel bar or whatever, and it's like designed in between two buttons, like the shutter button and then like these 3 mode buttons. So then if I'm filming and I'm using my index finger to hit the record button or take photos or whatever, and then I want to hit these 3 mode buttons, it is literally impossible for me to reach over the steel bar, the cage, and then hit the buttons that are like snugly against that bar. So it just like, it was obstructive. So that was slightly annoying for me. And then after doing some research, Tilta came up, and man, it's a sleek design. They got this like wooden handle here. I don't know if it's visible in the shot. Maybe if I bring it up. Yeah, so they got this wooden handle. It's beautiful. Oh man. I'm gonna have so much fun just shooting all the time with this camera. So we got a nice grip here. And everything else looks fairly similar, but yeah, I'm just happy that this design does not have that obstruction. Otherwise, it looks pretty standard to me in terms of like the small rig or this product. Yeah, so usually they got the little thing in the back here that it's got a little slot, so it just sticks in there. You don't have to worry about it. It looks really well built. Oh man, I am excited. Okay. One thing I do need to test though, because I like this about the small rig, for the battery case, usually there's a little a swing, like a little door for the cage to give you more space to, like, you know, get to the battery and stuff. This one doesn't have that. I'm assuming it's not going to be an issue, but yeah. Okay. DTK says nice cage. Yes. It's a good brand. So you would hope that it's going to be good quality. So we got the cage now. Like I said, I can't actually put it on because I'm using the camera, but at least we got this. Oh my God, I almost threw this away. There's that whatever that thing is for, which I don't actually know. Product manual card. I guess I'll keep this. And then the rest we'll put it away. Okay, so that is one thing. What's next? Oh, the top handle. Yes, let's start with that. All right, so we got the top handle. And because we're on TikTok, I will not use my knife. I'm just going to use my... I already bent my fingernail. Jesus. I'm just going to use my fingernails, I guess. Can you imagine I get banned on TikTok for using a knife to unbox my camera stuff? But from... I don't know. I've heard differing things, but I have heard it's easy to get banned on TikTok. I think it might be a mix of like they might use a lot of AI for their monitoring or whatever system that they got. But yeah, listen, I'm not going to chance it. So this is the Xeno side handle. Ooh, oh, it's not the top handle. Fair enough. It looks good though. Wait, is it on camera? Let's see. I'm currently using the Nikon Z6 for this overhead camera. You know what? I have no idea how good the quality is. I haven't really shot with the Z6 in years. So, but it's got the Pyro H wireless HDMI hooked up to it. So I am still in testing mode to make sure all of that tech works. So once we start traveling, we'll have no issues. All right, let's see here. Yo, thank you Charwin for liking the live. Oh, that's cool that it shows that. Thank you very much. Wow, we got 1,000 likes on the TikTok stream today. That's so weird, in a good way. But okay, so it's good to know that the stream is not being suppressed anymore. Okay, so we got this side handle. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never used a side handle before for any of my filming stuff. So I'm assuming it's gotta be on the left side, so it'd be like, you know, you grip on the left, grip on the right with the wooden handle. But it looks, oh man, the quality is fantastic. Okay, so then how would this work? Let's say, okay, yeah, so so you can just hook it up to any of these spots, it seems like. So easy. Nice. So this is very dummy proof so far. So now we got the cage. Oh, so beautiful. Oh, let's flip it this way. All right, is it visible here? What would you call this style? It's like, it looks, I mean, it's very textured, I guess. It's like a rubbery feel. So my only concern is going to be like, how good quality is this? Like, is it going to wear and tear eventually and it look terrible? But for now, it looks pretty. Right now, oof. Bell of the ball type feel right now. Ooh, look at that. We got wood on one side, rubber on the other. It's like dragon scales. Okay. So now we can do some proper filming where I'm like, side handle, moving back and forth, whatever else. And then this guy, I'm not gonna lie, okay? I never lie to you guys. I forget what this thing's called. I think you use this to clamp cables to your cage, if I'm not mistaken, but like, man. The problem is I started off as a photographer and then I've slowly gotten into the filmmaking world, but we're taking a baby step at a time. So, yeah, I've never had to use like a V-mount battery, for example. I just learned that term properly recently. And I've never had to use these types of cages to this extent. In the past, I would just buy a cage from like Small Rig, assuming, oh, it's nice because then it could work on a lot of tripods. That's why I thought I needed it. Now, obviously, the use case is different. So like I said, I don't actually know. My assumption is this is like meant to help, like if you've got cable sticking out of your camera, maybe it helps to clamp the cable to the cage or something. I don't know. I just know it's very important. That's all. So, okay. Now, let's keep building out this cage. So far, I'm very excited. The quality is fantastic. This was not cheap, so there is that too. But so far, I feel like it is worth the money. I feel like. But that could just be me already trying to justify spending money. But okay, so this is the top handle. Let's go ahead and crack this baby open. Destroying my fingernail. There we go. See? Can it focus on this? Let's see. Focus on my thumb. There it is. I've already bent my thumbnail. Anya says, I mean, look at the wooden part. It's so pretty. Yeah, isn't it? It's pretty dang good, you know? Like, when it comes to like myself, like clothing, stuff like that, I usually just, I buy, my shoes are free. I've got some shoes for doing like some kind of photo shoot for, it was some kind of like I think the brand is called On It or On something something. And they gave me shoes instead of money. But this is years ago. I still wear the same shoes. I don't buy much when it comes to clothes in terms of like quality stuff. I don't know much about much brands of anything. But when it comes to camera stuff, if I can buy some nice, you know, fancy stuff for it, don't mind if I do. So we got the Xeno top handle, a 1/4 inch -20 with locating pins. None of that means anything to me, but how do I open this? There we go. Man, they use a lot of bubble wrap, don't they? Okay. My cats are gonna have so much fun with all these boxes. Okay, we got ourselves the top handle. Now this I use all the time, even in my back in my photography days, right? I say that as if I'm done with photography, but I have officially shifted. I don't know what official means. Mentally, I have shifted from being a photographer to a videographer. So yeah. But even during photography, this was always useful to have a little bit. But obviously, I think it's meant more for filmmaking. This looks and feels way more high quality than the small rig top handles that I've had. I actually like the top handles from small rig as well. I wish I had one with me nearby to show you guys. But this looks and feels really, really good. All right. Let's see if there's anything interesting about this. Now, I think with the small rig, if I'm remembering correctly, there was a little like hidden tool that like slides into here. So similar to how you have this tool on the bottom, this magnetic one. I could have sworn the small rig had something like that, which you would have another little Swiss Army tool type thing. Ooh, this is very nice. It's very springy. Ooh la la. I'm having way too much fun with this. All right, here we go. And it's worth it, says Anya. Oh, the wooden part is so pretty and it's worth it. Yes, so far. Well, here's the thing. So if you are new to the stream, something that I've brought up more recently was the fact that one of my goals for this year is to travel. I want to get back into traveling because that is my main passion, or one of the higher level passions that I have. And so when I travel, obviously I want to film and photograph everything worthwhile and share it with you guys. And the key thing I wanted to do is take the learnings from the live streams that I've been doing at home for the past 5-6 months and take it with me into the wild. So if you continue to watch my stream, if you continue to support the channel, or just tune in at some point throughout this year, that is going to be the big thing. Is you're going to, instead of seeing me in my home studio, you're going to actually watch and join me virtually as we go chasing after wildlife, you know, lions, elephants, whatever it is, everything. The types of things that I normally try to shoot when I'm traveling, I'm going to take you guys with me, right? So that has been my biggest ambition, my biggest goal. And one of the main reasons I even got into streaming in the first place was like all of this was to eventually get to that point. So, but yeah, thank you guys. So even this cage, everything, it's because I'm trying to get the right gear and accessories so that I have all of my gear properly rigged up. So imagine if I'm on a Jeep and I'm shooting some wildlife. I don't want my camera to get destroyed or not set up properly or whatever. So even these little things you're seeing me play around with, it's because it's all going to be used for the streams and for my future travels and projects. So, all right, man, this feels so good. Don't mind if I do. So now we got the top handle, side handle, and then the grip, built-in grip on the right. So, yeah, this is a proper setup. But we're not done. There's like all this other stuff. Okay, I think these are mostly going to be boring stuff, and I don't even know if it's worth unboxing them right now because like I don't know what they are. Actually, I probably should because I need to learn how to put all this together. Because like there's like these. I know this is important for filmmakers, and I don't know anything about it. I know these like rods. I think you hook up like batteries to it, or you can, you know, it just helps for like supporting other accessories maybe. But I don't even know if I have the right accessories to make it work. Let's see. Let us see. All right, how do I get this out? Ooh, I can play with it though. Look at this. You know, as an Asian I don't know if there's like an Asian thing, but maybe it was an Asian thing. Growing up, it was like everyone always played with the pens, and you were always trying to do these like pen tricks, you know. Your boy wasn't that bad. I used to do all these crazy stuff. Okay, anyways, we're getting distracted. All right, we're taking it out of this little sleeve. It's like I'm circumcising this steel rod. How about that? I'm trying to be careful with my words here so I don't get in trouble. Okay, so we got these steel rods. So like I said, I actually don't know if I purchased the right thing. I hope I did, right? But I'm assuming there's like some kind of base plate through which I insert these two rods. So then the camera is basically balanced on these two rods underneath it. So like from an overhead view, I guess it would look something like this. And then I think from the visuals that I've seen, sometimes people have another adapter and stuff where you can attach a battery through these two rods. I think that's like my understanding of how people use it. But like I said, we're not at that phase yet. We're just building up everything. So for example, I have here this 15 millimeter LWS base plate. Ah, yeah, I think this is it because I see these like two little openings. Okay, so let's unbox this thing next. Come on. All right, we get in there. Oh, this unboxing is taking longer than I expected. Not that I'm complaining, but I do want to do some video editing, you know, sooner rather than later. So once we unbox this one, I think this is the last cool thing maybe. Actually, no, there's like one more thing probably. Okay. Next time, okay, so as I get better at this unboxing, as I set up the scene properly, I think what I need to do is I need to have my shotgun mic ready to go. I might even hook it so it's like pointing down with the camera. So that way every sound of like the box, you know, as I'm like opening things up, stuff like that. I don't know if it sounded good for you guys, but hopefully you guys would be able to hear every sound of the box. I don't know if people actually care about that or not, but yeah, if it sounds good in the ears. Okay, so let's close this box up now. All right, so I'm assuming this has to go. Okay, we got, oh, nice. This is kind of cool. It looks like another key, or what do you call it? Like another toolkit thing, or. But hopefully there's a way that it magnetizes and latches onto the thing. Let's figure this out. Yeah, where do I hold this? Okay, it is magnetic. Oh, oh my god, there's a tool inside the side handle here, I think. Hold on. Let's see if the camera grabs focus here. There's something. Oh, yes, we got, what do you call these things? The L bracket? No. Whatever this thing is. I do have that, so that's good. Okay. What other hidden tools am I about to find out? Okay, so I guess worst case scenario, if I ever lose this other one, I guess this other thing is here. Otherwise, it's unnecessary. Okay, so how do we work this guy? I'm assuming I need to lock this into this, maybe. I need some of my filmmaker people in the community to give me advice. Where are you guys? I think I'm still a little too early for the US time zone. Okay. So, listen, it's not rocket science, right? I'm assuming I just gotta lock this in here. So it's got, oh, okay, hold on. So, press. Oh, that's cool, okay. So let's, maybe I need to put this on first. Okay, so it has to be parallel. Come on. There we go, okay. Yo, Rachel. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Yes, we're building up the Twitch. Finally. Thank you very much for the follow. Right now I'm just doing a bit of an unboxing. I'm doing a bit poorly, but oh yeah, let's get it more. I just gotta latch on this base plate here. Oh, I'm an idiot. They gave me this little coin to use and I'm not using it. I'm just using my fingers like a dummy. Oh, so much easier. Okay. All right. Rachel says, of course, found you through the Twitch Photo Fam Discord. Oh, nice. Well, shout out to Maple Glades. Man, Maple Glades. An OG for sure. Man, the amount of time that guy has yelled at me for doing things the wrong way, I appreciate him very much. But I'm crying on the inside because I can never do things right, unfortunately. Okay. But thank you very much, Rachel. I do normally do photo and video edits, but I just got this new cage for my Nikon ZR. So I'm taking a quick little break to set it up. Also, I'm testing out some tech. So for instance, right now, the camera that I'm using a wireless HDMI receiver and transmitter. And it's my first time using that as opposed to my HDMI, like the physical HDMI to like an Elgato capture card type system. So I'm testing out a bunch of new tech stuff right now. So I figure I'll test it with this overhead shot as I put this gear together. So we got this. And then I'm assuming you just plop this bad boy in, right? What can go wrong? But yeah, thank you, Rachel. And you know what? Before I forget, actually, Because if you're coming from that Twitch photo Discord, I'm assuming you are also a Twitch streamer. So let me make sure to, can I go to your profile? Okay, let me follow you. All right, you have been followed, madam, ma'am, miss. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate the support. Wireless capture card is wild. Had no idea that exists. I'm not, but I want to. Well, you've got to follow, so. Yes, I only recently discovered the power of this wireless capture card. It is overkill, I would say, for like most purposes. I think it's meant for, actually, I don't know what it's usually used for, but obviously, in my case, it is overkill. Like the HDMI cables with the Elgato Cam Link works just fine. But there are things that I'm trying to do, including some travel live streams where I need to not have cables sticking out of the camera because I'll be moving, around in many directions. So for that purpose, I got this receiver transmitter. It's like a pretty bulky thing, right? You slap it onto the top of your camera. But yeah, this way it basically is like a walkie-talkie style. So you have the receiver, you have the transmitter on your camera, and then it communicates to the receiver that's connected to, in my case, I have this like video audio switcher. And so then that way it replaces the need for the physical cable. So you gain the remoteability. That's not a word, is it? You gain the remote benefits and no cables. But what you lose is the lightweight nature if you're hand holding your camera and stuff. So obviously it's a bit bulkier, and you gotta battery power the thing. So okay. All right. Wow. And I thought I knew what I was doing. Okay, I think I locked it in. Yes, we got the base locked in. How does it look from this overhead? Let's see. And then it seems like I just gotta stick the steel rods into the two bottom areas. I might not be the brightest bulb, but I can understand shapes. Wow, genius. Rachel says, I'm wireless. I'm not, but I want to. Is the Nikon ZR your primary camera? How do you like it? Mine is the R5C. R5C. I know nothing. Is that a Canon? It sounds like a Canon camera. Canon R something. Yeah. Okay, that's Canon. Because then what is Sony? Sony always does like Sony A, blah blah blah, and then Nikon for the mirrorless is Z. Okay. The ZR is amazing. So you are talking to a Nikon creator, so just keep that in mind. Grain of salt and all that. I'm clearly biased, but I'm a Nikon shooter for forever at this point. If you are, I've started off with the Sony a6000, then I switched over to Nikon cameras since, from DSLR into mirrorless, and then for the past 2 to 3 years, I've switched over to videography. So like I've been focusing more on travel vlogs, cinematic storytelling, and then in the past like half a year, I've now been fully focusing on understanding proper filmmaking, proper color grading, film techniques, and like actually trying to pitch my own projects and stuff like that. So by the way, not just for you, Rachel, but anyone else, if you would like to see my work, I just put a link to my YouTube channel, so you can find me at Yobel Prize. Hopefully the link popped out properly, but do give me a follow. I will earn your follow though. Check out my content. But yeah, like it's generally speaking, I've shifted over to filmmaking, but everything you see on my channel is shot with Nikon, like 99% of it, unless I'm using like an action camera. And up until recently, I was shooting with the Nikon Z9. So for those of you on Twitch and YouTube, this camera here, which is my cat camera, this is technically my most expensive camera, which I am underutilizing by turning it into a cat camera for a live stream that streams out at 1080. But here you go. So I'm using this camera here is the Nikon Z9. And I've got the 35 millimeter f1.2 lens, which I just recently purchased. I love this lens from a recent shoot I did. So the 35 with the Z9 pointing at one of my little ones here. This is Nala. And over there is Mr. Steampunk guy, but we haven't given him a name. So we got this nice aesthetic going on over here. And then for my other cat camera, although I need to adjust the focus and I think I need to darken it slightly. This one is Kimbap, and this one I'm shooting with the Nikon Z6 III, and I've got a 50 millimeter f1.2 lens attached to this one. But yeah, it's slightly out of focus and all that fun stuff. But yeah, that way we can see both my cats while I'm working. And then this one is the ZR with the 20 millimeter f1.8 lens attached. So yeah, that's the general setup. And then now this new one, which I've just recently set up, this overhead, this is using a Nikon Z6, so like the first of those mirrorless series. So it's not going to be as good quality-wise, but then again, this is like a 1080 stream or whatever, so maybe it's indiscernible. And the lighting is good here, so. But yeah, this is with the Nikon Z6, and I've got a 20 millimeter f lens attached with an adapter. So there you go. That's my setup. And we've been doing some fun stuff. So one of the things I was testing out was like actually doing an way overhead shot from like high up on a C-stand. And I'll show you guys what that looks because I did some filming with it recently. Okay, let me switch back to the overhead as we finish out this unboxing setup. Rachel says, I did documentary work / commercial government contracts for many years, so video is my wheelhouse. Oh, well, that's great. Well, thank you very much for joining the community. Also, if you'd like to join my Discord channel, let me hop that in. It's everything's the same at Yobel Prize, but feel free to join the Discord because we do have a number of, filmmakers now, video editors, photographers in the community. It's been really fun growing this out, and everyone's super supportive. But also this way, you can share your work, you can reach out, but every time I go live it'll also notify you. So selfishly, you guys should join. But yeah, that's really cool. I really want to get into documentary work. So if you go to my YouTube channel, I was mentioning there's my very first short film that I made. It's 5 minutes. It is called The Island of Second Chances. And so Nikon in my region, they reached out to me. I live in Dubai, originally from the US, but they reached out to me and asked if I was interested in testing out their Nikon ZR before it launched, which was obviously for me. I was so excited because I'm not like the biggest content creator. Like I have a decent following on Instagram, but I've also taken a pause from Instagram in the past couple of years. I have almost 100,000 on TikTok, but that is overly inflated just because of one video went viral. So it's not like it's not a good metric for an avid following or something like that. And then over on YouTube, I'm just under 10,000. So if you guys subscribe and help me get to 10K, that'd be great, obviously. But yeah, so I'm not like a massive YouTuber, massive content creator, but I've been working with Nikon for quite a bit, in the region. So I've been doing like workshops for them. I do a bunch of stuff with them. And they also know that my story has been one of a photographer going from still photography into like Instagram Reels and short form, going into YouTube, and then now into live streaming and like cinematic vlogging, stuff like that. So they knew my trajectory, and then they thought that the ZR was exactly for someone like me, or they wanted someone like me in that trajectory to test it out and see if it's for my needs. So I made a short film. It's on my channel. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. But that definitely gave me a taste for this, and I definitely want to keep doing it. So if you continue watching my streams, now, like I said, we're taking a break to do this unboxing, but we are going to get into DaVinci, we're going to get into photo editing, but then also you'll see how I do my behind the scenes of my travel vlogs. Right now we're on episode 2 of Mongolia from a couple years ago, and I've got like 12 other trips to catch up on. So we got a lot of content. So keep watching my channel. You'll travel the world with me while from home. And like I said, the next big challenge is that this year I will start traveling again soon as I get all the gear up and ready. And you guys can join me IRL streaming as I hopefully get chased by a bunch of animals and survive. But yeah. Okay, how do I lock this in? Like I said, I don't actually know how this works. I'm assuming this kind of protrudes backwards. So then you stick the battery on one side. Okay, something like this maybe? Yeah, okay, so I think this is how it works, right? Because then you're supposed to like attach the battery thing here, the battery mount here, and then, yeah. There you go. So I think this is generally as good as I'm going to get it for now. There's all these other gadgets that I still need to unbox, but I feel like we've done the majority of it. The things that actually matter, I guess. So let me just put these away. Let me trash this. Rachel says, that is amazing. Your work is fantastic. Thank you very much. I've totally gotten over it now, but there was a time in not too long ago where anytime someone gives you a compliment, I'm not the only one, by the way, but like when someone gives you a compliment, it's very hard to receive compliments. You just feel very awkward. You don't know what to say. You don't know how to respond. It could be a guy thing, by the way. I might have read this before, or I don't know, maybe it's a hypothesis, but like it could be a guy thing because like amongst guys, we never like compliment each other. Like with your friends, you're always making fun of each other. Never praising one another. Like praising one another, it's always viewed as like, ooh, you know, what are you trying to do? Are you hitting on me? I don't know. There's always that kind of thing growing up. Whereas like I know with you, generally speaking, you know, I know these are stereotypes and all that, but generally speaking, every time I see like my female friend groups hanging out together, they're like it's like instinctively, the moment you see, here, let me just switch over here. The moment you see your other female friend, the first words that come out of your mouth, not your mouth, but like in general, is always like a compliment. It always felt like, hey, people say, hey, how are you? Right? So for instance, I have my friend that's staying with me. She's Russian, and she was just telling me because she's learning English and German and stuff, but she was like, I don't understand why Americans say, hey, how are you? Because they don't have that in their lexicon. Like you don't ask each other like, how are you? Without meaning it. Like unless you actually want to know how I'm doing, why would you use that? Why would you put those words in there? So to me, I felt like with all my female friends, the moment they see each other, it'd be like saying, hey, how are you? But for them, it's like, hey, I love your ex. And it's like they would scan for something visibly that they could see about the other person that they could compliment them on. And I think that's great, by the way. I think you know, that's good to have that practice. Whereas with guys, we're the opposite. Like, you know, the first thing when you see another guy friend is like you're doing the exact same scanning, but you're scanning for something to make fun of them about, you know? So anyways, all of that to say, when someone gives compliments, it used to be like the hardest thing for me to try to figure out how to respond to it without being awkward. Nowadays, I think I forget who told me this, if I watched a YouTube video, but there was something about just embracing those compliments and learning to accept it, because to turn it down also is not, you're being offensive to the person who gave the praise to begin with. So it's like a both ways type thing. If someone took the time to say something good about you, you should accept it and embrace it, because, you know, yeah, it was nice of them to say anyways. So thank you very much, Rachel. That was a very long way for me to just say thank you. But yeah, let me throw this away. Hold on. Ugh. Oh my God. I just blew my nose and it felt so liberating. Oh my God. Clear eyes, full hearts. Clear hearts, full eyes. No. I shouldn't have second guessed myself. Yo, what's up, Cat and Candle? Good morning/day. Good, yes, what is it right now? 7:30. Good evening from Dubai. Thanks for being here. Cat and Candle, what's going on? Oh, well, hopefully you can see my cats. Hold on. Just for you, let me switch over to my I'm blocking my cats. How dare I? My cats say hello. So we got Nala over here. Yes, yes, queen. Give us a yawn. Good girl. What a life. What a lazy life. And then, you know what? Let me fix my kimbap camera because it is a little bit too it's a bit too bright and it's also a bit too out of focus. So let me just adjust the aperture on this one. 1 second. Okay. I think that looks better, yeah? Rachel says, you're welcome. I get it. There's something to be said about humility in that sense, but sincerely, I can see why Nikon works with you. Nikon. We'll say Nikon for now. Nikon is awesome. Been very curious about them since the Red acquisition. Oh, man. Well, you came to the right place, okay? Because since I launched that video, since Nikon launched that video, and the reception has been fantastic. Yeah, all the other brands that always love to make fun of us Nikon users, calling us potato shooters and all that kind of stuff, they've all been very silent, and some of them started switching over to Nikon. I've got a number of people who messaged me in the comments or in the live streams basically saying like, oh, I've now sold my Sony, or I've whether they sold their other stuff or they've now bought like 1 or 2, or even like one person bought like 5 Nikon ZRs because it was like much cheaper. So you've come to the right place. We've got a lot of ZR shooters. And I do my best, you know, I'm sure I will break my own rules, but I do my best to be very candid. I'll be very transparent, okay? But yeah, I've never been more excited to be a Nikon shooter, especially going into more like filmmaking stuff, than now with the ZR. The red colors are amazing to me. But you got to also keep in mind, I'm starting from a lower base. I've never shot with like these Komodo or what is it, Blackmagic Pixis? I forget what the names of these things are, right? Those 6K cameras, yeah, Komodo red blah blah blahs, or the Sony FX6 or FX3s. I've never shot with any of those guys, right? So my knowledge base comes from never having shot with that, and then now playing with something that is much more cinematic than the other cameras I've ever used, but also at a price point which is like hard to beat. But there's other features about the ZR that makes me think it is a killer compared to some of the other brands at that price, and something that's good enough that it's making people do the switch to Nikon. Cat and Candle says, Nikon here. I do stills, but I want to do some video this year. Absolutely. There's no better time than now. This is something I did a workshop recently. Hold on 1 second. Let's switch out of this overhead shot from the TikTok side. All right, we're going to go back into this kind of editing mode. What was I saying though? Oh yeah, I did a workshop recently, and I've been doing some workshops through Nikon as well, where I've been sharing my journey. So for example, one of the first workshops I did, like a classroom workshop, I made a whole presentation about, it was called From Stills to Reels. And basically it was my pitch to anyone listening, why as a photographer, you should do the switch and get comfortable with video. And so I talked about, obviously like it's very common sense now, right? But back in like 2020 during lockdowns, and as TikTok blew up and the short form content was becoming more prevalent, it was one of those like, you need to switch to your hats. Okay, I'm gonna go into real talk mode, okay? Oh, what's up, BC? BC in the chat, gambling it all the way. Good morning, Yobel in chat. Hello, hello. Thanks for being here, BC. Today I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. So we're just having fun on all three. I just did a bit of unboxing, and now I was trying to be a bit more productive going forward, but we'll see. Is the gambling broken? Oh, is something broken? I hope not. Here, let me try to join this heist. Today is welcome to day 120 of my live stream. So yeah, we've been around for a while now. I guess, what does that make me officially, 6 months in or whatever? Nikon here. Oh yeah, Rachel says, yeah, I shot with the red Komodo for my 9 to 5. Oh man, you're like proper documentary filmmaking stuff. Well, Rachel, I might bug you a little bit as well as a few other people, because I do have some film projects coming up, and I think I will do I'll be doing all the filming with the ZR. So, such a noticeable difference from the Canon. Oh, okay. I don't know the first thing about Canon. I know Sony FX3 was kind of like considered the king of the hill, I guess, for whatever the price range and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see how it changes. BC says not working. Oh man. Well, the heist worked. Maybe some things are slow or disconnected. Oh yeah, we got BC in the chat. He is a fellow Canon shooter. You know, we don't discriminate. It is what it is, you know. As they say, nobody can be perfect. You just be you. But yeah, we got Team Cannons in here now. It's all good. We need balance in life. Oh yeah, I was about to do some real talk. What was I gonna say? Okay, because I was gonna make a YouTube video on this. I don't know if I will, but I've said this to my friends before, or just like in a classroom workshop. But I think one of the biggest first steps, it's not even a first step, but everyone needs to do this level of introspection if you're going to get into some new hobby or passion, whatever it is. And it's like understanding the hierarchy of your passions. Because I remember when I started doing photography, at one point, my assumption was like, oh, my hobby is photography. Therefore, my passion is photography. I am a photographer. So then you define yourself based on that passion. But the thing is, obviously, you have multiple passions in life, but they're not always on the same playing field. Some things are higher priority than others. And the moment you start calling yourself by one of those passions, you end up basically limiting you're not broadening your horizons. You start to restrict yourself and then constrain yourself into that one passion. So I remember thinking this where right around lockdown, because everything was locked down in 2020. I couldn't travel anymore. And so then it was like, I have my camera, but I can't travel. I can't do anything. And I just had those moments to think about, like, what am I actually passionate about? And I realized that photography I'm passionate about, but actually I care more about traveling. So having the absence of both helped me realize what I cared more about, right? So I realized traveling is a higher level passion than photography is. Once I was able to lock that into my mind, it actually helped clear my mind in terms of pursuing other things. Because now I didn't view myself as a quote unquote photographer. I view myself as a traveler, and photography becomes a medium. It becomes a tool that helps me capture my travels. And then once I recognized that, I was like, well, then what's stopping me from learning video, right? Because I'm not just a photographer, or I am, but there's something more. So then I realized, oh, there's nothing stopping me from wanting to learn how to shoot video, because that could be another way to share my travels better. Whereas I think around the same time, I can look at my peers in Dubai, a lot of other, like, let's say wildlife photographers or travel photographers, a lot of them were very resistant to the change of videography, right? You're seeing TikTok and Instagram Reels, and like everything was shifting more towards short form video as opposed to still photos. People cared more about videos, right? Like everything, culturally, everything shifted where our attention spans are towards video motion as opposed to a still photo. And I remember at the time, a lot of big content creators, they even would make posts basically saying, I miss the old Instagram. I miss the old social media. What's happened to photography? Like it's a dying art now. And maybe they weren't necessarily wrong, but I felt that having that level of resistance to learning new things, or instead of viewing it as a negative, view it as like a way to embrace other types of skills and expand. They ended up becoming resistant and not wanting to learn video, almost like out of principle, out of rebellion, whatever. Whereas for me, I was like, oh, okay, well, if I care more about traveling, then I should take this time to learn video because that will help me with traveling. It was just like this thing. I'm being long-winded with it. My goal is I'm going to spew all this out into ChatGPT and then get it to tighten up the dialogue. But I think it is a good learning lesson. It's just conveyed properly. It'd be great. But it was like this thing that feels common sense, but it wasn't. And the moment I was able to discern the difference in those passion levels, it opened my ability to try other passions or to let go of other passions as well. So anyways, once I realized traveling was higher than photography, I picked up videography because it was an additional tool to help with the traveling. And then I realized there's a passion I have above traveling, and that was storytelling. It was just the feeling that I get where I create something, and so it's uniquely mine that I create. And when I share it, when other people have a positive reaction to whatever I share. So to me, that's just like a different way of describing telling a story, right? You tell a story through photos, like visuals, audio, whatever, right? So yeah, I realized like, oh, I love, that is a higher passion for me. Just the ability to share something and have people be inspired or feel positive, have a positive reaction from it. So then that's what allowed me to then broaden my horizons even more and say, why don't I open up a YouTube channel? Why don't I try to be a YouTuber? Because a YouTuber, in a sense, you are a storyteller, right? Like you're making these like packaged footage or whatever, and it has like some kind of a semblance of a beginning, middle, and end, whatever you're conveying. So yeah, that's what kind of got me to say, let's try that. And then from there, I got into live streaming, and like point is like where I've ended up now is only possible because you do this like basic exercise, a fundamental exercise at the beginning of actually dissecting and like deconstructing what is your passion and where does it sit on the hierarchy, and actually try to explore what is the tier 1 versus the tier 5 passion levels. Anyways, thank you to all of you guys for joining my TED Talk. I don't even know why I brought that up. Probably because, oh yeah, I think you were talking about the red cameras and some other things around stuff like that. Anyways, so now I think what I need to do is after this stream, I need to go into the transcript on the YouTube video, grab all of whatever I just spewed out, and then put it into Claude. Actually, I've been using Claude more than ChatGPT for like helping me tighten up my script, and it's been working really well. Hopefully I can share some of those with you guys soon. Oh, actually, speaking of it, let me just share it now. What am I talking about? So before I get into this Mongolia stuff, where are you? Here we go. Couple things. Actually, let's start with this Pidgeotech one. So I just made a video. Is it on like a hard drive that's not connected? Fine. All right. Oh, no. Wait, it's here. Perfect. Okay. So a video I just made recently, which all of you guys should check out on my YouTube channel. It's a product review of this backpack from Pidgeotech. Rachel says, I love linking. Oh, should I put a link? I did it already, but I'll do it again. I think that's what you're saying. I have no idea. YouTube. Go to my YouTube. Follow me on YouTube. YouTube. But yeah, so I've become more comfortable talking in front of the camera, and that's something I'm going to keep trying to do in short form now within YouTube. But yeah, so I did this video recently around, it's just basic ass video. Okay. It's just a review. It's a first impressions review. It's not even like a full on comprehensive review because I haven't actually taken this backpack out of my freaking apartment. It's only lived here. So I don't like hide that. Basically it's a first impressions, quick little intro into this backpack. I do my sniff test with it. And because my cats are with me, they also did a bit of testing of my camera. So I got some nice footage of my cats just doing their thing. But as I was filming this, Cat and Campbell, oh my God, I can't speak. Hold on. Let's try again. Cat and Candle Photo says, I lacove my P-Tech bag. I have the roller backpack. Nice. And you corrected one of those words, but not P-Tech. The roller backpack. Nice. Well, it's cool to hear that you are a fellow Pidgeotech person, because I'm only now, this is the first product I've received from Pidgeotech. This is the first product I ever used from Pidgeotech. However, and I say it in my review video, there are a number of photographers in my region that uses Pidgeotech, right? And I, coming from the US, I was a big Peak Design fan. I still am. Peak Design, that to me was like the gold standard of like, man, these guys really feel like a company that's designing gear for photographers, right? It was like this, like, they understand the UX UI of things. So then when I saw people using Pidgeotech, I was like, oh, that looks eerily familiar, because the way it's designed, it feels like this. It looks like very high quality. It looks like things are built for a reason for photographers. So my assumption was like, oh, this must be like the Asian version of Peak Design. But yeah, so I wasn't at a point where I was trying to buy new like gear that Pidgeotech offers. So I just didn't have the need to purchase stuff at the time. And then they reached out to me. Rachel says, where in the US? Sorry, I didn't see the rest of that. Give me 1 second. You said, where in the US were you from? I am Canadian, but moved to US in 2020. Oh, you moved during lockdown or COVID times. I want to get the camera strap things that make it so you can attach a camera to any backpack shoulder straps. Nice. Okay. So I'm originally from the Southwest. I went to school in the Midwest, and then I worked from the West Bay Area. And then I moved to Dubai, and I've been here for over like years now at this point, before COVID, BC. So yeah, I've been around. I love Canada, but the only place in Canada I've been to is Banff National Park, Alberta, and Jasper National Park. Beautiful places. Yeah, you want to get the camera strap things that make it so you can attach a camera to any backpack. Yeah, Pidgeotech has some really cool gear, right? And so, but yeah, I wasn't in the market for shopping for that type of stuff. So they did reach out to me a number of months ago, and that was a really cool feeling, by the way. I still am not over it, but apparently the cool thing about YouTube is it really isn't about the follow, like the numbers matter, but not at, it's like different number scale, right? Because like I said, I have less than 10,000. I think out of nowhere, I had a string of really good companies reach out to me to ask if I wanted to like partner with them in the sense of like, test out their gear or, whatever, in like software, physical stuff. And yeah, this is before I'm even at 10,000. So I think YouTube feels a bit more real to me in the sense that I feel like actual companies realize the value of YouTubers, right? And what I mean by that is YouTube followers tend to be more sticky and more loyal and more engaged than, let's say, TikTok or Instagram, just because of the format, that like the form factor of like watching a 5-second TikTok or Instagram reel compared to watching a 15-minute, product review video or a several multi-hour live stream, right? So yeah, it tends to be like if you're following someone on YouTube, it means you are more interested in their insights as opposed to like, how easy it is to follow someone on Instagram or TikTok. So it's more curated. You keep it curated for a reason. So anyways, yeah, so they reached out to me because they saw that I was in this niche, thankfully. And it's like, these are proper companies. So we had Dehancer. So now we've got our affiliate links. You got a promo code if you want to get Dehancer. And so I got to test out their product. I made a product review on Dehancer. Then we've got this Pidgeotech backpack, right? And this is like proper stuff. I really like this backpack, by the way. It works for my super telephoto camera. So I'm going to be taking this around throughout this year as my main backpack until it breaks. And yeah, we'll make a proper review at the end of it. I have this really cool video idea with the backpack. Okay. I think I have ADHD though. So, cause I realize I'm jumping around from topic to topic. Okay, hold on. Cat and Candle says, oh, sorry. I'm from that area. I agree. Banff is beautiful. I miss my home. Oh man. Banff is, one of my upcoming YouTube videos is going to be talking about my very first trip. Sorry. It's going to talk about how I got into photography. So I have this whole story that like I just share. When was that moment that I decided I wanted to get into photography? And as part of that story, there's a follow-up, which is the first trip that I go on, the first trip that I went on with the camera, and it was Banff, because I met a bunch of Canadians in Costa Rica, and they were just raving. Because I was like, okay, I've never been to Canada. If I had to visit one place, where would it be? And like without a second's notice, all of them, there's a bunch of them, French Canadians or something, they all were like, Banff, you got to go to Banff. And I was like, what are you calling me? Because before that, the only time I heard of Banff was like BAMF, like badass MFer, right? So it just stuck with me. And then I was like, okay, you guys were raving about it. There must be some truth to it. And that was the first trip that I planned with the camera. And yeah, the rest is history, but Canada is beautiful. I do want to go back. I went back once before. I would love to do trips there every year and like do photo tours and bring people with me. But that's one of the other ambitions that we're going to do. Oh my God, I do have ADHD because there was something else I was supposed to talk about and it is now gone. Who cares? What was I talking about? Pidgeotech. Something about Pidgeotech. Oh yeah, we had some companies reach out. So yeah, but anyways, Pidgeotech was one of them. I'm very excited to test it out. Then we had Luminar Neo for like photo editing. They use a bit of like AI software and stuff like that to help with like some creative edits. So that's one that I'm going to continue testing as well as we do these streams. What was the other companies? Oh, MusicBed. Then we had MusicBed reach out, and that was fantastic. And yeah, so like MusicBed being this amazing sound platform with like proper musicians, right? Proper licensing, proper musicians. And it might have been a coincidence, maybe because I was searching it. But then after that, there's a bunch of YouTubers that we would watch their videos on stream, and they were all using MusicBed. And I was like, oh, okay, this is it. So yeah, so we've had these like actual proper companies reaching out. So my goal is not to lose that momentum. And that's why this year I'm trying to be way better about, starting to produce content for my YouTube channel, including these kind of like talking head stuff. Rachel says, I can't wait to watch that. Yes, thank you. MusicBed is a big brand. That's awesome. Thank you. Yes, like I said, it's cool. But one of the issues I ran into, by the way, my live streams are meant to be just talking behind the scenes. So while I do jump around from like doing actual like photo video editing, this is meant to be me just talking through my thoughts or whatever, right? So, but yeah, one of the big challenges that I had for the YouTube channel is my focus has been, as I'm learning how to video edit and do cinematic stuff, it is to share my cinematic content, right? Because I've been fortunate enough to travel all around the world. I've got 100 terabyte plus worth of footage that I need to post still, like travel vlogs and slow motion, like cinematic shorts and whatever. So I'm trying to focus my time even on the streams to kind of start making those content. However, one of the things that I've been missing was doing talking head stuff where, here I am in front of the camera as I speak about blah, blah, blah. And here's a personality, right? Wow, I'm so charismatic. Oh, ha, ha, laugh at my jokes, that kind of thing. And that didn't come natural to me. And thanks to the live stream, it's becoming better and better. But yeah, like to be a proper YouTuber, I feel like being in front of the camera is super, super required. And so, yeah, that's been a big test for me. But the other big test is like, now that I'm comfortable in front of the camera, I'm still missing a few elements. And the main one was I don't have the editing chops or the time to edit these talking head style videos at the same time that I'm trying to do my cinematic stuff. There's just like too much on my plate. So for the past half a year or longer, I've been trying to find an editor. And some of you who've been watching my stream for some time, because I complained about this quite a bit. But there's a happy ending to the story now, hopefully. But yeah, I went through one editor after the next, and unfortunately, I wish it was as simple as like, oh, our styles didn't match or anything. It was just some bad experiences where I feel like unprofessional levels of experience that I was dealing with. But the last person that I worked with, so if you like the latest video I published, the Pidgeotech video, if you like that style, it's from my latest editor, the one that I'm working with now. And I really liked his style, by the way. So I'm biased, obviously, but he was clicking with me more in terms of like more of a creative flair, trying to turn some boring topic into something more exciting. And I thought he did a fantastic job. So I'm working with him now for a new, like more of this type of talking head stuff. So yeah, anyways, ADHD kicking back in. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. This is what I was trying to bring up. All right, can you guys see this? Let me make sure it's on the screen. So as part of my filming of this backpack, I have 2 of these big C stands that I use for like some random photo shoot event. I forget, there's something I got paid for, and I got these C stands as part of that. So then I was like, okay, let me set up this additional C stand because I want to do an overhead shot of the backpack, because this backpack is larger than the other typical products I might have. So I figure it's best to use one of these C stands, which basically can be raised up almost to the roof of my my apartment. And I was dabbling with this idea with people on the stream prior to this, and this validated it for me, because I was like, look, I've got this cat camera number 1 for Kimbap. I got cat camera number 2 of Nala. I would love to have an overhead shot that I can switch to where you can see both my cats. Let's say if they're sleeping, you could see like a shot of them curled up in a ball, right? And how cool would that be? And then you can see me in the corner of the desk, you know, live as I'm talking and stuff. But I thought that'd be an additional angle to the live stream that could be fun. And then when I actually filmed this, it kind of validated it for me. So that is one thing I'm going to do eventually. We tested it briefly. I need to stick this camera properly there. But when I filmed this, I ended up really liking how this looked. Just like having this kind of a framing, like an overhead, open space here. We got the warm light coming in on the left side, and we got the cool tones over on the right. So I wanted to continue using this shot for something. I just didn't know what. So Rachel says, I'm transitioned to editing only. I'm having a baby in June. Oh, well, congratulations on the baby. I have 0 babies besides my 2 cats, but my brother he's expecting his 3rd child in April, I think. Yeah. So it's the baby making season, I guess, or the baby having season. Congratulations though. Yo, what's up, Kavai? Kavai is in the chat. Hello. Hi there. How's it going? Thanks for hopping in over on the Twitch side. We are now, so today I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. So we're just kind of dabbling through all 3. What did we do today? Today's stream, I mostly focused on unboxing some new gear for my cameras and then just chatting away. So now I was explaining a little bit here of this overhead shot. Every season is baby making season. Okay, fair. That's probably for the best. Yeah, so this overhead shot, I really liked it, and I decided I wanted to try making a new series where I'm filming it always from this overhead shot. Not always, but at least that would be like the thought process, is you would always, because like you're also like trying to, by the way, these are all just like hypotheses, right? From a not so big YouTuber. So what do I know? But I figured there's like a couple things that matters if I'm going to be sustainable on YouTube. I think one is consistency of like the kinds of content that I'm posting. But then 2 is like the novelty, or like something that becomes your brand, something that's like associated with you, right? I think those are 2 out of many, but like those are 2 parts of the ingredient that I think it's good if it's better to have it than not, right? Kavai says, doing good, thanks. A bit sore from live streaming ice skating the last 3 days, but yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, that's obviously that's one of the big goals, right? Is I got to learn how to do IRL live streaming. So also I should probably learn how to ice skate. I just know how to go forward and then like slam into the wall. Whatever works, right? But yeah, so anyways, what I was saying is that I figured that if I can use this overhead shot as a way to do these little talking head videos where it's meant to be super casual, very informal, and then trying to take the best of what I've learned from live streaming, which is like this kind of speaking off the cuff, in a more unscripted manner, in a more conversational manner. But then also taking my best learnings from like the cinematic stuff that I've been doing, which is like, oh, put some time into like the color grading, add a bit more polish, but not too much. So like, you know, add in some B-roll or some nice clean text overlays here and there, and then like turn this into a consistent thing. So I figured as long as this becomes the skeleton or like the visual reference, like the moment you see this style where I'm like lying down on this bench, with this type of microphone, whatever, with my cats hanging out here, hopefully, then it's like, oh, this is one of those behind the lens episodes. So that's the current naming that I've got for this, but it's going to be the behind the lens series. And it's meant to literally just be like these, you know, it could be like a 3-minute long, it could be, you know, less than that. It's just meant to be a little bit of story time mode or sharing some insights or whatever, right? So I filmed the first 3 episodes of this, and I've now I'm working with my editor to see like, you know, can you turn this boring thing into something exciting? So fingers crossed. But yeah, so you can see here, I would just like talk to the camera. I got that silly looking microphone hooked up to my phone as I record, and then yeah, try to do a good take, send it over, and then see how it looks. So this is the latest episode that I just filmed, where I filmed in 2 ways, because yeah, so then I filmed the same thing overhead, but that at some point I will switch over to like a selfie mode, because this is a video that I'm breaking down the Nikon Z6 III. So it's a very particular video of like one of the features of the Z6 III, which is that selfie flip screen. And I wanted, instead of making like a typical, hey, here's a feature of the Nikon Z6 III. It's got this 20 million LCD blah, blah, blah dot, and it has like this inch screen. And instead of like making that kind of video, I thought it'd be cool if I can talk about a feature of the camera without making the feature feel like a product showcase. So for example, here I was talking about the value that I got from having that flip screen allow me to be more comfortable in front of the camera and what, you know, like, so anyways, I'm trying to make it feel a bit more like a story time with a bit of insight, but it's still revealed that this is like me talking about this one particular feature of the camera. So I don't know if any of what I just said made sense, but yeah. Rachel says, that's awesome. You're definitely nailing the visual contrast with lighting and look. Thank you. Coming from you, that means a lot because you are in this space. I don't know, how do I say? I still have a lot to learn, but I know one of the things I learned early on was something to do with like, when it comes to clashing colors or like complementary colors, it seems like this kind of warm and cool tone tends to go nicely together. So if you have like, instead of having too many crazy colors in the same shot, and I guess this applies to photography as well, right? But if you try to do like a duotone concept where you're not mixing too many things, then you have to like look at these complementary colors based on the color wheel. But I know one of them is people always talk about like teal and orange. Not that this is particularly teal and orange, but yeah, this also came about from all the live streams that I did, right? So if you look at my setup here, it was just from trial and error where eventually, you know, we landed on this kind of warm color with Nala because she's more of like a, you know, she's like a warm colored, how do you say this? She's like very orangey colored anyways. So like trying to create that vibe. And then in the background, having the blue lighting kick in to add a bit of separation. So it doesn't look like my apartment's on fire, basically. So yeah, we've been slowly learning here and there. If you guys will give me a moment, my roommate, I think she's supposed to go to work or something, but I thought she needs to leave soon. So if you give me a moment, let me just knock on the door and make sure that she's all right or she's not missing the alarm or something. Let me hit the BRB over on the Twitch YouTube stuff, and let me just mute myself on TikTok. 1 second. Yeah, just playing. Okay, are we back? Did I mute? No, we're good. We're good. All right, we're all good. But yeah, thank you very much, Rachel. I do appreciate it. And like I am a very, very slow learner, so it does take a lot of it just takes practice for me, right? So it's just like I have to keep doing the same thing over and over again until I nail it. So for me, it just was trial and error over and over again. But yeah, for now, I don't think I'll touch this. I think I'll keep it this way, somewhat half and half. Like you got the orange warm tone on the left and then the bluish tone on the right. And then, yeah, I've been playing a lot with like the dehancer look and feel as well to make this look a bit more, I don't know what the right word would be, but I guess like more of a creative look. Yeah. And then one thing, yeah, because I was going back and forth with this. I still don't have a good sense what I should do. Because I think part of me was thinking like, oh, I need to have my apartment look super clean. Like I need this set to look very, very clean. But then the other part of me thought that it might be better just to keep it messy because it feels more like, yeah, I don't want it to feel like clinical, right? Like I do want it to feel like this is my home. This is my home environment. And then obviously seeing my cats, if they're there when I'm recording, that does help to obviously make this like a home environment. But like, you know, you can see all these cables on the floor here. And I was like, do I completely just clean up my setup so none of that is visible? Or do I just leave it there? Or even, you know, have a few things peeking on my desk. So for now, I'm leaving it as is, where it's like a half and half. Not super clean, but also not super dirty or like disorganized. So like, yeah, we'll see how it goes. And then this gives me, okay, hold on one second. You said, how do you like dehancer? I'm thinking about going in on it. Oh, yo. Well, Rachel, like I said, I'm all about transparency. So here I am going to literally just pitch it to you. Wait, I think I have a link. ! Dehancer. If you end up using dehancer, or if you want to test it out or purchase it, you can use my code YOBELPRIZE and to get 10% off. But before you just blindly purchase it, obviously not that you would, but feel free to watch my YouTube video because I did put a lot of time and effort into breaking down dehancer, and as part of that I show my body of work. So I did this during a bunch of my live streams, but I actually took a lot of my travel footage and I took it through the ringer with dehancer. So each one I was like testing out dehancer, the look and feel. At the same time, I was also learning how to be better at color grading, like trying to understand properly how like your node tree should look or what different DCTLs or things that you need to have. So I did spend a lot of time to properly build out my power grade node trees, but also to see how I would want to use dehancer. And the big test that I did for that YouTube video is I did basically almost 100%. I feel weird always saying absolutes, but basically 100% of the color grading was done through dehancer. So besides like the typical color correcting for each of the clips, everything else in terms of how the look and feel of each shot in that video, it came through editing within dehancer. So I'm very happy with how that video turned out in terms of like the value and the output that comes from it. So check it out, and if you like it, make sure to like, subscribe, alert bell, blah blah blah. But then also feel free to use my promo code. So and I'm gonna tell you something, I don't actually check any, because I see occasionally I would get some email that says like, oh, someone used your promo code. It happens once in a blue moon or whatever, but the thing is, like, I don't know when I'm gonna go in there and actually collect the money. I wish they would just make it easy to be like, hey, here's the money from people using your codes. So it could just sit in a vault for like years, unless we get big as a YouTuber and as an influencer, in which case it's like, oh, I should actually collect the money. We can make money from doing that, right? But yeah, dehancer is not cheap. So 10% of whatever that value is, I accept that. So yeah, if you got any more questions, Rachel, about dehancer, let me know so I can sell you on it. But yeah, no, okay, joking aside, dehancer is, for me, it's been fantastic. For two reasons. One, it's very intuitive as a tool. Like, they just built it in a nice way where I can actually understand, like, step one all the way to the final step. And that was good. And coming from someone who I've never been in the film space or like film emulation or anything like that, yeah, it was a nice like introduction to that style of filmmaking from the past or whatever. So yeah, very intuitive, but it actually gave me really cool results. And then the thing that I would put as a little caveat is I don't know how it compares to other tools. We have someone in the chat. Yo, what's up, Maple? Maple's in the chat, says congrats to Rachel. Yes. Oh yeah, Rachel let me know that she's part of the Photo Fam community. So I gave a little shout out to you earlier. But yeah, what is happening, Maple? Oh yeah. So that's what Rachel's saying as well. What was I just saying though? I actually do think I have ADHD. Holy crap. Something about dehancer, use my promo code, that kind of stuff, right? Oh yeah, but yeah, so for my needs, it actually ends up being really nice. The color grading that comes from it, but also like the textures and stuff like that. But we have someone in the community on the YouTube side, Fedorevsky, and he's also like, you know, he's deep in the weeds of filmmaking, color grading, all of that. And he recently purchased a software called Genesis, which is like, I think it might be like triple the cost, or it's like very expensive. But he did mention there are leagues to this, there are levels to this, and the Genesis one might be like the pro level. But for my needs, for what I do, for my YouTube, for the short film stuff, it's been fantastic. And it does actually make me feel like I wouldn't have come up with this look and feel if not for Dehancer. Like if I didn't have Dehancer and I had to try to figure out how to make this look a certain way, I don't think I could have done that on my own, or not at least without a lot more learning to understand the fundamentals. So Maple says lighting and color is greater than post-production fixing. Yeah, that's actually a good thing too. Like I'm learning more about proper lighting beforehand, but it doesn't always work out for my type of shooting, because a lot of times obviously I'm like travel filming, let's say, so the environment's constantly the X factor. So at that point you have to live with whatever lighting. That's where the ND filters are always amazing, of course, and then it forces me to have to focus on that post-production fixing. Maple says filmic look comes from lighting choices, and color and grain is a nice addition after. Yeah, and I think I see what you're saying there. Yeah, and that's what I guess for me is like Dehancer combined both, right? It was like, oh, technically, not that I always will, but technically I could see, and I did with that review video I made, I was able to do the entire color grading process from Dehancer without feeling like I was degrading the shot in some way, or this wasn't the best result possible. It was at the very minimum good enough, if not like the best version I could ask for. And then the texture stuff, so like the halation, bloom effects, or like the grain stuff like that, that was like a completely different style for me. Like I've never played around with those things. I didn't know they existed. I generally knew grain texture stuff, but not like to that extent. So that was also very fun creative learnings for me. And now I've been applying it more and more. So even in this shot here, you can see I've clearly applied, I think like that halation and the bloom effect here. So you're getting a bit of that, the light reflection and the warm tones bouncing off everywhere. And then you can see a bit of that texture. I don't know what I was probably using like a 35 millimeter, something. ISO 500 maybe, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's been fun. It's actually been genuinely something where I used it enough where I was like, this is going to be part of my node tree. Like I will always have a node that's dedicated with like Dehancer baked in. And then it's just a matter of turning it on when I want to use it. Maple's asking, have you started diving into film emulation that DaVinci has built in? Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say. I don't know how good the native, because I know some things that DaVinci has natively is just as good, or it's indiscernible, let's say, with like whatever Dehancer offers or other third parties. So, and that could always change over time too, right? For example, I used to use Topaz for my denoising on Lightroom all the time for all my photos. But then at some point, Lightroom, they had a firmware update and they had a built-in denoise function that I thought was like amazing, like good enough that I just never felt I wanted to go through a third party just because it takes up time, and I'd rather just do it through Lightroom. So yeah, there's always a chance that Dehancer ends up just surpassing these third parties. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't played around with the native tools yet, so I can't say. Rachel said, I learned color correction and grading from Premiere, so the node tree is a little overwhelming for me with DaVinci, but I'm liking, what is that? I'm liking becoming anti-Adobe. Oh wait, is that a thing? Is like Adobe, are people against it? Oh, and then VTC on the TikTok side. Welcome. Thank you for watching on TikTok. I'm still new. I'm still trying to figure out TikTok. Just as an FYI, I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch as well. So if you're asking who I'm talking to, it's coming from one of those guys. Sorry, it must look weird. Like I'm just talking to myself. Yeah, I thought I read something, or some people, you're not the only one I've heard. You're not the first one to say something about like being anti-Adobe. Is it because like something where they're taking all your photos and videos and feeding it into like the AI algorithm maybe, or something like that? Rachel says, so I invested in DaVinci. Honestly, the node tree isn't too crazy. Think of it like Photoshop layers, but horizontal. But the thing is, I hate Photoshop layers, or that was never intuitive for me. So yeah, it was never intuitive for me. I hated Photoshop. I was always Lightroom. And then I also hated Premiere Pro because it didn't feel intuitive to me. But this was also back in the days when I didn't know anything about filmmaking. So maybe if I were to pick up Premiere now, I might be like, oh, it all makes sense. Work non-destructively and mess around. Yeah, that thing I really appreciate about the nodes. Well, Kazi is a good beginner approach to node grading. Yes, I remember because someone was making fun of me for liking Wakaz. I was like, oh, I like this guy, Wakaz. I was learning quite a bit from him for the color grading. I forget who it was, but they're like, oh, don't listen to that guy. I was like, what? But yeah, and then Colin Kelly got brought up quite a bit by a number of people. So that's definitely been the guy that I watched his videos to make sure I was doing things properly, up to a point. Maple's making fun of me by re-quoting me saying, are people against Adobe? Yo, how many times I gotta tell you, man, I don't know anything about anything. I don't like, my ignorance is, if there were awards for my hyper ignorance on certain topics that you would think that I shouldn't be ignorant about, I'd be king of that. There are certain things that I'm very, very knowledgeable about, like deeply knowledgeable, but usually those aren't things for stream. That's what I'll say. Their subscription model is a little predatory. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does feel like I pay way too much, but it's like I'm locked in with like the PDF stuff I need. Like, you know, anytime I need to download like signing things, the amount of times I have to sign things, and so obviously the Adobe PDF is like perfect for that, and all the other stuff. Oh, because I started, like I mentioned, now I'm working with an editor, and I didn't know that as part of my Adobe service, I guess Adobe bought frame.io, or there's some kind of relationship there, because like I thought I needed to create a new account for frame.io, and it just pulled my Adobe account stuff, and apparently I have access to it. I was like, what? So okay, so I'm not fully anti-Adobe until someone tells me why I should. It's not just AI, it's everything when it comes to Adobe hate. It's the predatory high prices and subscription models. Yes, I do hate that for sure. But yeah, Wakaz has a... I don't know if I can say that word over on because of that tiki-taki stuff. But you're saying he's very full of himself. He has a certain way of explaining things. I've kind of stopped watching him, but he's definitely like overview, beginner friendly. Gotcha. That's interesting you say that, because I don't know if I would agree. But I also, yeah, I think maybe I would disagree with you, right? Or I never got that impression. Firstly, because I didn't watch that many videos of him. So, you know, a small sample size of the videos I watched. And also my learning base is way lower than yours, right? So like my knowledge of filmmaking was like nothing. So when I'm watching him, everything he says is like gospel to me. I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. And he's proving it with what he shows. And I also found his editing style is very punchy. It's more like Gen Z-esque, but I don't mind that. You know, it's like high energy, and he's like showing really good quality stuff to me from my perspective. So even if maybe if I were to rewatch it now with what you're saying, I might catch a tone of him being a bit like pretentious or overly confident, maybe. But I would still feel like he earned it, I guess, is what I would say. But I get what you're saying, I guess. But yeah. Rachel says the Frame IO is all right, but if you have Vimeo, the tool on theirs is so easy to provide time-coded notes. I didn't know Vimeo did that. But it's too late. I'm on Frame. So I'm using frame.io. We'll take it from there. I didn't know Vimeo could do that, though. That's a interesting point. People use Vimeo for iteration, like iterative editing or whatever. Okay, well, either way, I've been stuck on this shot of me talking to the camera. My point is I've become much more comfortable in front of the camera, and now I think one of those things I want to try on my YouTube channel is doing these little bite-sized content. It's like bite-sized versions of my live stream, so that you don't have to watch 5 hours to get like small nuggets of insights. So hopefully what you're looking at are these tiny little nuggets of something interesting that I can share, but in a way that feels more casual. More casual and different. Because here's my thinking. As I'm talking to the camera, over here on the right, there's a lot of empty space. And that's good enough space for some kind of text overlays to pop up at times. Something, like very minimalist or like soft, but like, whatever. So like a title can pop up here as I say something very emphatically or something, I don't know, profound. The text can appear at the right times. Or if I'm talking about a certain travel moment or something, then the B-roll footage, instead of like doing the typical full screen B-roll pops in, I could just maintain this shot the whole time. And over here on the right, let's say if it's like a vertical video or a landscape video, it could just pop up here and just play while I'm still talking. So anyways, there's a few suggestions I have, or a few concepts I'm toying with, and hopefully my editor, I feel like he's 10 times more creative than I am. So, and this is what he does, right? So I'm hoping we can brainstorm together and try to see ways to make it a bit more punchy. So, because I need to, not to like talk down on myself too much, but I can only say so many profound things in, one sentence after another that people actually want to pay attention to it. That's why I got my cats in the camera, right? Because then it's like I'm using my cats. Okay, there's no lying, there's no hiding it. They need to pay for the bills somehow. Okay, these freeloaders that just chill here, right? Look at these guys just sleeping away, just enjoying life. So I figure, you know what? I might as well put them to work. So while they're sleeping, I can just turn on my camera and talk and then put them in the shot. So then people will be like, ooh, cat. And then they'll turn on the video and keep watching just because the cat is there, right? You'd be surprised how much the value of an animal can make. Kavai says, I like the editing for the backpack video. Was that the new editor? Yes, it was. Yes, that was the new editor. And so now, I feel like anytime I get too excited about something, I end up getting disappointed. So I do want to kind of like scale back a little bit of my optimism, just a bit. But we've already agreed to try to work on a few more videos going forward. And so, yeah, fingers crossed. Like I said, I'm sharing one of those ideas of this kind of, we're calling it the Behind the Lens series, okay? But doing these quick little less than 5 minute type videos, let's say. And yeah, I'll try to see, can I share things that are insightful? Can I share things that feel more poetic, maybe, if it makes sense? Or just like casual moments. Yeah, we'll see. The cats are a vibe? Yeah, of course. These cats, my God. They don't even know how adorable they are. But actually, Nala definitely does. This little one here, man. And then Kimbap just kind of does his thing. So, all right. So with all of that out of the way, hello, Beck. Hey, Beck Travel over on the TikTok side. Thanks for saying hi. Yo, shout out to Beck Travel, because we were just talking about Mongolia, So Beck Travel, wow, found me on the TikTok side. Beck Travel is the company that I worked with for my trip to Mongolia. So, because we were just working on this video. All of this was, oh, I think I even have it here. Yeah, see, trip arranged by Beck Travel. So, thanks for saying hi. But yeah, good times in Mongolia. So I am working on this new video. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and just play it out. Let's get into a bit of working mode. Okay. Okay, I think this is as far as we got. Let me put the music back on. Let's put all this together. I need like a triple monitor. Rachel says stunning. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, this is what I worked on for the first 20 some odd days of my live streaming journey. So from day one, if you go to my YouTube channel, and there should be a playlist that shows all 120 live streams that I did. If you go all the way to day one until I think it was like day 20 something, every day that I was live streaming, besides like learning how to live stream, I was using that time to make episode 1 of this Mongolia travel series. I say series, but it's only going to be 2 episodes. This is the part 2. But yeah, this was like a labor of love. There was so much baked into that first episode, thanks to all the people that hopped into the stream at different times and, you know, became a part of the community, and they shared their insights with me, helped me make the video as good as possible. So yeah, so for instance, this is that episode 1 here, you can see, and this was more of like a typical storytelling style, where I was doing like, you know, chapter 1 to 3, whatever, where it's like, first you land in Mongolia, then you do this, then you end up in the new place. So it was very, what's the word I'm looking for? Chronological? Very linear. Yeah, it's very, very linear in style. However, there's nothing wrong with it, but for this new episode 2, I decided I do want to try something completely different, just to keep stretching my filmmaking muscles, if you will. So for this part 2, instead of continuing on as like a diary, I'm just telling the story of Mongolia, at least the place that I was in, through 4 different songs that I recorded with a bunch of B-roll that represents each of the themes of those songs. Yeah. Hopefully it turns out okay. Rachel, you asked, how on earth did you get that over-the-shoulder bird shot? I'm so curious. Thank you for asking. It is always fun when people ask that, because that is like the first thing people go like, "What? How did you get that shot? I don't understand." It's a GoPro. I had a little, you can see it here. So the eagle hunter that I was staying with, this is his eagle, and he actually made a little harness just for this purpose. I don't know. He must have had other people that visited that wanted to test it. I'm not sure. But yeah, he literally had this harness made just for his eagle, where I could attach the GoPro to the back. It didn't work out perfectly because the GoPro is like, it's like slightly heavy. So sometimes the eagle didn't care. Other times the eagle would literally turn its head and try to peck at the the camera. So it was like a touch and go, but you know, I was just going off of what they said. It's all good. But yeah, like I think if I could do this again, I would want to use one of the other action cameras, like a smaller form factor, a smaller form factor, so that's less, so it's less uncomfortable for the eagle, but it's also just lighter weight. It doesn't bounce around as much, stuff like that. But yeah, like I say as if like the eagle hated it. It was just at times the eagle would like be so curious and like try to peck at the thing. And other times it would just it would fly around. But yeah, it's this little GoPro on the back. And then yeah, you can see how it looked like here. It was so cool. Oh man, it was such a fun experience for sure. And the thing is, like, I know so much more now than when I did this, right? Because this is one of the first trips that I went on where I decided I was going to start doing like these vlogs. But I barely knew anything about filming, like how to, I barely was learning. All I knew by this point was having an ND, like having these variable ND filters for my camera lenses. And that was like generally as much knowledge as I had, besides just filming every moment and then hoping it turns out okay. At somewhere, you know, because this was shot beginning of 2024, I think. So we got like about a year and a half of travels that I need to catch up on. And then, yeah, so the very first shot, this was also with that GoPro, just a different moment here. So you can see here, I'm trying to blend two shots into one. So right now here, this was me filming from a distance with the 400mm f2.8 lens. And I was filming them before takeoff. So you can see the same thing. The eagle's here, and you can see the GoPro attached to the back. And then ignore the text because we need to change all that. But then I just kind of faded it out because I synchronized the shots. So at some point, because I wanted to make it obvious that the shots were related, I just didn't know how. So this is the best I could come up with, of like just fading out one shot. And then from that moment, you switch over to the eagle. Yeah, so but yeah, this was we made episode 1 collectively. Again, shout out to all the people who were part of that community at the time. We collectively made episode 1 of my Mongolia trip, and honestly, I could not have been more proud of like the final result. It was pretty long though. What was it, like 17 minutes by the end of it, I think? Yeah, just under 17 minutes. But feel free to check it out, guys. It's on my YouTube channel. What is this one called? I think I changed the name of this. Dang it. You just look for the thumbnail that's like very winter vibes. Like this, but with the two riders racing through. Check it out. 17 minutes, but I think you'll enjoy it. I guess I called it Into the Blizzard, although I might have changed that for the YouTube title. I'm not sure. So like I said, we're on episode 2. I didn't touch the trailer part. I just wanted to touch the opening hook and then keep the trailer. And then obviously we're going to change the title here. And then this is where we kick off into the song. There's a few things that are missing here where I need to figure out what the right dialogue is. Because I do think I need to add a little bit of voiceover. Just a touch. Otherwise, I don't know how much of the context will be obvious. So for instance, here in the opening, previously, we had... Okay, let's see if it plays. There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Yeah, so that one I had a little bit of voiceover in the beginning to just make things feel a bit more dramatic, but then also give that extra context. And I think I probably should do the exact same thing for episode 2. So when I have how many seconds? Roughly, yeah, we got about like 12 seconds or so here, where if I can, and this is what I'll probably work with ChatGPT or Claude or whatever and try to figure out what the right scripting is. But I need a few lines here that helps prepare the viewers that this is not a typical travel story, that this is me trying to share the culture, how I interpret the culture of the people that I spend time with through their voice, through their songs, right? So there will be 4 different songs that I was able to capture, which hopefully talk through the theme, the pillars of the Altai people, because this is like in the Altai Mountains. So there's a perfect combination of words that, if inserted in the beginning here, and maybe as the first verse starts out, those perfect words, or a combination of words, will make people click and be like, ah, okay, that's what this is. All right. So it's my job now to figure out those perfect combination of words, and I don't know yet. So I'm going to leave that as like a final step. For now, I just want to look at the footage. I started to identify some of the clips here that should be part of the B-roll. And I think the last thing we did was I separated the footage based on the room that I filmed it at. So for example here, this is like the A-roll, I guess. So you can see that so this verse is about kinship. So the camaraderie, the bonding that happens amongst all the eagle hunters and the people. Rachel's asking, this was the ZR? No. This was all shot with the Z9. I think all of it. I usually label each of my clips at the bottom here. Yeah, so this is all Z9. I'm trying to think, did I have 2 cameras with me? I'm pretty sure it was all Z9, and then the shittier quality ones, those are the iPhone, if you couldn't tell. So Z9, and then also filming in the NRAW, so the 12-bit NRAW, which I'm a huge fan of, by the way. I feel like it's, I think it's slept on. I was also very fortunate that I think I was one of the first, Nikon photographers or whatever that, definitely in my region, nobody was filming in NRAW. It just felt like it was neglected. And so I somehow stumbled upon it. I say somehow, but like, yeah, I started shooting in NRAW. I was like, yo, this is amazing. And because there's a bit of like barriers, right? Because like if you shoot in NRAW, you need to edit in DaVinci. And like the types of photographers or people in my field, they might not necessarily use DaVinci because they're trying to do like Instagram reels and like just like 5-second shorts or whatever. But the thing is, like NRAW, the file size is so much smaller than trying to shoot in the same 12-bit, but like for Apple ProRes, RAW, blah, blah, blah. It was literally like a third the size. So I was able to film 3 times as much on my travels versus if I were to shoot all of it in the Apple ProRes RAW. So yeah, it was a nice little learning for me. Became a cheat code, and the quality was amazing. You know, I'm getting like this 12-bit color depth, and me personally, I thought, you know, again, with my lack of knowledge of like other color science or whatever else, to me, this was better than what I was shooting before. So yeah, I was easy to please, I guess. But yeah, so right now we have the A-roll, which is this room. However, I want to transition. So the first B-roll that we see kick in, we see fading in as I'm entering into that room. So I thought that was a nice little way to switch up the scene slightly. So then all of these clips coming forward is, I need to make sure that they're all from that room. So after I show a number of those shots, there's a moment in this song that's being performed where I think that's where this marker is. So by this point, when the marker kicks in, is when I switch from this room, and now we need to switch over to the other room, so this room. And the whole thing is I just want to convey a lot of energy, a lot of like festivities, just people having fun, bonding, drinking, eating, being merry, all that kind of stuff, right? So I want that to come across as like, hey, this is part of the Altai way, is everyone just coming together and just having a good old time, and you're seeing them perform on their the traditional instrument. And then yeah, so these are all the clips I need to I have to like somehow stuff it into this section. So we have enough space and we have enough footage, so it's fine. And then these ones we probably won't use. Okay. Let's get cracking. ProRes eats up so much space. Yeah, yeah. And here's the thing. I get, I think because when I was doing this, I was just like, hey, I'm going to use this for my YouTube videos. It's going to be for like travel vlogs. So it's not like I'm doing a film project. It's not like there's a huge budget and I have a big deliverable and it has to, go up on a big screen. So for my purposes, I was like, okay, I'm sure maybe if I do a side-by-side comparison of filming a moment in ProRes RAW and then filming the same moment with NRAW, I'm sure you could actually say like, here's this discernible difference. Here's where the Apple ProRes did so much better in the low light, or there's more dynamic range, or something. But for my needs, where I was like, oh, I'm going to post this as like Reels or like YouTube stuff, it was just like is the quality that much noticeable on a small screen or whatever? So that was my excuse to be like, okay, it's fine. Like the quality looks so good to me already when I was editing in the NRAW. So it's like, okay, if you tell me Apple ProRes is like 10 times better, sure. But I need 10 times more space for my travels. And now we're shooting with the R3D NE codec, right? With the ZR. And that is actually the exact same size as the NRAW. So still a third the size of shooting in Apple ProRes on the ZR. But yeah. Okay, so we got these shots. Let me see if I can start synchronizing a bit of this. Okay, I feel like I'm missing a clip here. I hope I didn't delete something last time. So let me just move this over. It almost feels like I must have deleted something there. Oh yeah, okay, that's where we ended up. I was proud of myself because I think I synchronized these two shots, so it just made more sense in my head because it felt like one continuous motion. Is like two shots where we're cheersing, and so you see when the bottle clinks or gets close to clinking, and then it feels like it's a continuous motion even though it's two separate shots. So that way it didn't feel too jarring to see the clinking and then it does it again. And then we synchronized it so there's a moment in the song that syncs up to when we separate the glass and the bottle. So yeah, I tend to have a somewhat OCD nature when it comes to trying to find those little details because I don't know if people actually pay attention to that or even if it matters, but it matters to me, okay? Okay, so then let's bring in, let me just drag these clips closer now and see what happens. Okay, so we don't need this clip anymore. That's repetitive. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, and if there's one thing I learned from our lessons in filmmaking, usually you go wide to medium to tight, or you do the establishing shot first, generally speaking. So that means I should probably not start with the close-up of Aibo here, my guide. If between these two shots, I probably should be showing this first before I show the close-up, right? So it should be like this to this or something. So we are learning. And then the question becomes, it could be a little bit weird having these back to back, because here you see this dude with the instrument, and then the next shot, he's still without anything and he's got the instrument, which, I mean, logically makes sense. There's only one instrument, but it could look weird to see him super animated here and then become very still here is what I'm wondering. So it might be better if I somehow separate them. So I can just space it out. Maybe I just show him first. So let's see. Yeah, I think so. And then just the question is, how much of this do we use? Oh yeah, and the other thing I wanted to do is maybe spread out the drinking shots. So instead of just showing like one shot after the next, I think it makes more sense to show a passage of time in between the shots, right? So it makes it feel like these guys have been drinking all day. Like we were seeing a whole montage. They took shots here, blah, 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 having fun. Another shot, blah, 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 having fun. Another one. So I think, let's see, this might be enough spacing. So let's just see. And then here, maybe it's better to... So Rachel, since you're new to this, new to my stream that is, you'll get a sense now of like how do I make my videos. I like to be an open book, and yeah, like I like to share my thoughts as I make decisions and stuff, or my thought process. But you'll also realize that sometimes I do things and it doesn't make any sense. So at those points, always feel free to push back. I need to always know if there's better ways to do things. So my thinking here was like, there's a moment in the song where it feels like it's dying down, or like I don't know song terms, but like that verse is coming to an end. You know, it's like going from a high note and then it's settling down. So as it settles down, I figure I can settle down with seeing the dude take another shot, right? So we end with another shot, and then the music's going to kick back up in a second. So then we get back into festivity mode, blah, 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 that kind of thing. Rachel says, I'm finding value in this. All right. That's all that matters. And then here, I don't know if this is too much, but like, because I think it would look weird if his lips are synchronized to the song. You know what I mean? It might look better for it to look completely off, so you know that they're singing some other song, things like that. So I don't know if I want it to look like he's singing the words, because we've already established over here that this is the song that's playing. So everything that's in this room should not necessarily, it shouldn't be whatever we're hearing. So I feel like it has to be disjointed. So I just got to make sure the lips don't line up too much with the song. I think. And then the question is, when do I do the switch over? Here, let's see how much of this shot that I have. Oh my God, it's a long clip. Oh, it's the same clip. Okay, I think. So I clipped this part for a reason, so I shouldn't stray too far away from it. Yeah, okay, so we'll stick around this part. And then the question is, how? Okay, I think this looks better. So And then I think we can start these guys slightly sooner. So then roughly here, we need to kick into the next part. Also, how much song do we have left? Oh, okay, we got time. Okay, because I have this marker here. So basically this marker is where we're going to switch rooms. So I still have a lot more I can share, but not much more footage to go. So I should, if anything, make these a little bit longer. Okay. So I think the time lapse, maybe I need to have it start at this marker. So let's see. But I'm running out of footage here. Oh wait, no, I think I did this wrong. Hold on. Okay. Forget what I said. I was doing the wrong thing. I have to end it by this marker. So we switched rooms by that point. Okay, that feels much better. So I just need to speed up this time lapse. So up until there. Okay. So how much should I speed this guy up by? Let's go with 600%. Well, that was too much. I am not good with my math here. 250%. Okay, let's just try that. And then maybe this might be too long of a clip. I don't know. Let's see. I feel like I'm almost there, or there's something that works but something that doesn't. Okay. And unfortunately, my only process is I have to keep playing this over and over again until something clicks. Okay, so then my question is like, because we went with a bit of like punchy shots here, right? So most of these clips are pretty short. And then as we get to this point, now we've got a bit longer of a clip. So I either lean into or I accept it as a longer clip, or I go with the shorter clip and then let the time lapse be a super long clip. And I feel like because it's a time lapse, it could make sense for that to be played out, like stretched out to be longer. So maybe it's a bit more okay. Let me see. So let's say. But then there's a moment in the song where I feel like. Because it feels like there's a moment here, right there. That's where a new clip should be. So I feel like I'm missing one. I just need one more clip to put in there. Will it be this one? I mean, this was not a good shot, though. Come on. I just need one more clip. Oh. Oh, wait, no, that's another time lapse of the same thing. That's the same clip from before. Okay, what about that one? Hold on, hold on. Okay, I mean, I have her playing later. I don't know if it makes sense for me to play this one right now, just because I have her show up later. But this one I was out of focus. Okay, well, I think I already had this shot, but let's see. Because we had the shot thing here, right? It's technically a different moment, I think. But it could work. Let's see. Okay, I think we're almost there. Something like this, maybe? So, do. Let's just end it with. Oops. What am I doing? All right, let's see. Rachel says, I like that. Unfortunately, I read your comment and I don't know exactly when that was, and I made some changes after. So whatever you liked, I think I changed it. Okay, this one is technically a bit more on beat. So, no, the clip you just laid down. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, because I don't know why, but it felt a little bit too long. So I want to break it up a little bit, because then the time-lapse part is a bit on the long side, right? So, let's see. Yeah, because then this one, I'll add a bit of like subtle zoom, so it's a bit more engaging, add a bit of motion. And then now I got to figure out that transition point. Do I switch over to this view? Because now you can see him singing the next verse. And how much clips do I have left? I have, so we don't need this one. So let's just move this out of the way. We've got another shot, drinking shot, passing the shot, bottle. So we probably mix these all three at once. It might be this one to this one to this one. Okay. So 3 in quick procession. Then another, I don't think I drank that much, but yeah, I guess I filmed myself drinking more than the rest. Then we got some time lapse. Decent amount of time lapse. Oh, and then we've got the fun part. So you see her saying no thanks, I'm not going to play. But then the next thing you know, she's playing. And I feel like this could be a nice one to end with. And we do have some more cinematic shots. We can maybe reverse this to show her face. And then, yeah. So let me go ahead and reverse this now. Yeah, okay, so then it goes, show her saying no thanks, I'm not going to play. Then next thing we know, cinematic, she's playing. And she was very good, so it's like, oh, nice. And then we get, yeah, so we go from the back of her head to now we see the front of her head. And so I probably only need one of these shots, but here she looks a bit more happy. This one's a different angle, so I might end up using both these shots. Oh, and then here, yeah, so this is the ending because now she's getting too shy. And you see everyone clapping, so it's a nice feel-good moment. So that probably is the very last shot, yeah? And then it gets back to the others. Okay. Oh, we have more shot. Okay. Hold on, we got more pouring of the glass. It's a little bit jarring side by side, but... Okay, so we do need these shots. No pun intended. We need these guys sooner. Okay, so we do have a decent amount of shots here. Let's see how to make this work.
Yaramaydı, ölüm sözbün başlayın, nazlar sihret ne oynar. Oğlum bir yılday, kolda joktun kıyınay, Ustaranın yüzünde yavdarılan dünyay. Şümşeri toylap, sorun bir baylay, Hadi izlep girginde, söyleseyim baylay.
So here, I think I might be okay not having B-roll and just going back to the original footage here as I pan the camera over to him singing. So it like, because I think it also might look too weird to just have back-to-back-to-back endless B-roll. So this could be nice as like a little bit of a break, going back to the original audio moment. You see now we've switched over to a new singer, which feels like a nice chapter break of like, oh, the first verse, the other dude was singing Aibo. Now we're hearing his voice kick in. So first let's establish he's the singer, seeing him like, you know, enjoying the moment. And then as I think there's a moment where when he's singing that I think I could start seeing the B-roll kick in. So let me see. So right around here, yeah. So then here we'll get back into the B-roll stuff. So let me just drag some of these guys over just to help set that up. So roughly around here, we're getting back into B-roll stuff. So let's see. Okay, this feels good. And then we'll just cut this up properly. And then here is when we kick back. So we don't have a lot of time then. So from here to here, that's my only issue now is I don't... yeah, so I have to make these punchier because we're running out of time. So that's the one drawback if I let this play out, is that we are full speed mode now. Because I do want to show her like these moments, right? So let me see. The alternative is I play these clips later for the other verse. So we do have another verse. Let me see. Where is it? Here. Let me just play this out. Because we call this Homestead. So I meant to like have this one, because I don't want it to feel like it's just about showing the women of the house, right? It was more just like the family vibes. So when you see the kids, when you see the wife as well, or just like when they're all as one big family, as opposed to the hanging out with all your friends type vibe. So around here, for sure, there's B-roll now. Yeah, so I guess, yeah. So this verse is more of like the family vibes. It's the religious vibes, the, I guess the food, right? So it's like the home cooking, the more cultural stuff, I guess, of the home. So the question is like the clips that I have of her singing in the other section, does it make sense to play it here at all? But like you're seeing her play anyways, and it's not really about the homestead. That was still more of the kinship stuff, right? So I might have to stuff that in that first verse. Yeah. Okay. So let's figure out how to crush all of this into. We're going to condense it all. It's going to be tough. Let's figure this out. So I'll have to make everything punchier, and then sometimes I just have to work backwards. So let me just see. So this section, I just want her when she's looking at the camera, because she looks, she's smiling, and then she looks over. So maybe even from like here. And even this might be too long. Let's see, just up to here maybe. So let's say if this is the final shot before we go back to the A-roll, how would it look? Yeah, okay. So I think that as the ending shot works. And then, yeah, and I think it could end a little bit later too if I need to. So hold on. Let's see. So even up to like here maybe? Yo, yo, yo!
Sup, Stinky?
What is happening? Call me Stinky, man. You can't smell me from here, can you? Thank you, Cyronius. Man, resub to the 7th month. Hold on a second, because I owe you a sub as well. And I apologize, because I've been out of it. Before I forget, how do I go to freaking Twitch? I want to make sure. I'm pretty sure. Is it not done like automatically? I'm assuming not. Thank you very much. Even though you called me a naughty word. What the heck, man? Gift a sub. Manage your sub. Wait, no. Okay, wait. Oh, is it like... it just keeps me subbed, yeah? Or let me see. Okay, yeah. Okay, I am subbed already. Ha ha ha. For some reason, I thought like I would have to manually do it or something. So, look, I've said it so you're always taking my money, man. My friend, how are you? Let me just get back to this. How's your day going? When you watch another channel, you get a prompt to post a share of your sub. When you watch another channel, you get a prompt to post a share whenever you're sub or news. Oh, okay. Well, that's the problem. I'm going to be honest. It's hard for me to watch a bunch of streamers. I think it's a bit of like my time zone kind of sucks. And so like, yeah, anytime someone, like if I want to watch someone from the US, you know, generally speaking, if I want to watch someone who speaks my language, it's like always the worst opportunity, the worst time for me. But yeah. So which makes me appreciate the fact that you guys are watching my stream, because it does feel one-sided. I feel like I need to return the favor somehow, but it's not always through my time, unfortunately. But thanks for being here, man. I streamed a little bit earlier today, relatively speaking, so I think around like 6 p.m. or so, and I did a bit of unboxing in the start of the stream. So I got a new... Oh, look at this bad boy. I got this new Tilta. Oh, I think I did it the wrong way. Whoops. Yeah. I got this new Tilta camera. Oh, wait. Is the overhead camera still on? How good is... Oh, yeah. I need to test this battery life. Let's see. Is it still working? No, it's dead. Well, you know, good to know. Oh, I see. Hold on. It's not dead. The camera just went to sleep. Wait. Let's double check again. Oh, okay. The battery died, though. So, okay, that's good, though. Because the... What do you call this? The battery of the transmitter is fine. That thing looks alive still. A lot of battery left. It was more just the Nikon ZR's battery died early, which is fine. That was a given that I would have to deal with. So either I need to have the dummy battery, or I would just need a bigger battery system. Oh, no. It won't be a problem for my live stream, my travel live stream, because that wireless transmitter will be on my main wildlife photography lens. So then I will switch out batteries every time I need to. Okay. Anyways. DTK is back. How are you? I'm back. Dummy batteries are life. Yes. I need to purchase the dummy batteries for the ZR and some of the other things, because sometimes they're not compatible. The ones I bought before, it wasn't compatible with my new gear. I don't know why. Welcome back, DTK. Does the ZR have a Type-C in it? Yes, it does. But this camera that I'm testing with right here, this is the Z6. It's just one of my... yeah, it's an older camera, obviously. I'm charging my ZR with the USB-C right now. It works perfectly. I made a little video I put in the Discord. Oh, we got to check this out, man. But yeah, I got this guy. So this is the Tilta full cage. So I can insert, obviously. I'll put the ZR in here at some point. But it's got this beautiful wooden handle. Can I show it here? Hold on. Let me block my eyes. It's got this beautiful wooden handle over here. Wooden grip. And then this one... I don't know what you call this style, but it's like a very textured dragon scale style is what I'm going to call it for now. What do you plan on using the rails for? Man, I don't know. I've never done this before, but I do have there's a bunch of filmmakers I met recently in Dubai. And so there's a few different film projects that I might be able to participate in or just have fun and learn and whatnot. So I figure I should start getting the gear anyways in preparation for that. If I'm going to keep saying that I'm trying to be a filmmaker, then I might as well get the kit that filmmakers use. You know what I mean? So I have yeah, because I assume I'll need to attach the what did they call it? The V-mount battery and some other things. And I think that's what the rail's used for usually, but honestly, I don't know. And then you said if you have a full manual film lens, you'll want to put focus follow on them. Yeah, I've never, that's like a whole other ball game I haven't, yeah, at some point I do want to play with those like manual lenses with the focus pullers or whatever. It looks so crazy though. Like, you know, I know sometimes you have a remote and you got to like, yeah, I don't know. I got to take it one step at a time. So this is that first step I'm taking here. We got this beautiful cage. Yeah. So I did a bit of unboxing in the beginning. And then, yeah, we're just doing some video editing for now. V-mount rail. Yeah, and I have this other adapter for the V-mount. Anyways, I unboxed some of it, not everything. Where is... Give me a second. I don't hear the music over here anymore. Oh, there it is. Okay. DTK says that looks nice. That's crazy. It is very crazy. It's crazy expensive. That's what it is. Actually, yeah, I mean, it was. I was about to say, like, was it reasonably priced, though? I don't know. I guess I lost track. Okay, so DTK has sent a video. Give me a second, because I have to... I don't know how to play videos from Discord. Someone needs to teach me how to do that. I need to teach myself how to do that, to be honest, but... Okay. So this is a video from DTK. Oh, nice. Oh, I like it. I like it. What did you film this with? Oh, the DJI. Nice. I always let... What is it called? Like a sun peaking shots? Is that what it's called? But I love those moments when the lens flare or like the sun flares through. Nice, man. That is so this technique or whatever, I don't know if it's called a technique or something, but I've been employing this a bit more with my recent footage or like just my recent projects and stuff. So even in the chimpanzee one, thank you for sharing, by the way. Let me see if I can show it real quick. Hold on a second. Videos 2025. It was part of my final, this one for cinema event. No, it was like a trailer. Hold on. Trailer. This one? No, not this one. Nope. Ah, here it is. Okay, so because I'm gonna get copyright on my own freaking video. Let's mute that. There's a moment here, yeah, this moment here, right, where you see that like, so for this one, instead of going, what would you call this? Instead of like moving closer or farther away from the subject, it was literally more of a left to right. Although in this case, technically, I guess we were in a fixed position and the boat was the thing that moved, which then revealed the sun. But I love those kind of shots where you get like a nice dark silhouette and then you just have the moment where you see the sun, like the rays kicked in. And I don't know the right terminologies and stuff like that, but in case I can teach you something, DTK, because whatever, what do you call it? The smaller the aperture, I hate trying to describe aperture stuff. If you shoot with the larger aperture number, or like the smaller the opening is, you get that sun ray effect more prominently, right? You get like all the rays kicking in. So I'm pretty sure I was filming this at like f16 or whatever was the highest number allowed. But then, so while things get dark because of it, you do then get this beautiful sunlight kind of kicking in exchange. And you don't mind it being too dark because it's a silhouette. So like you don't need to see all the details in the subject. The light being properly, exposed for is what matters more. So, anyways, yeah, I've been trying to look for those moments more often. I don't think there was any others from this trip. Yeah, just that one. But yeah, thanks again. Thanks for sharing that. And Ikidis is in the chat. Ikidis says, "Yo Bell, how's it going?" Cyronius says, "Gotta make a quick call." Oh, DTK says, "Wrong one. I put the right one in the chat." Listen, you lost your opportunity, man. I just spent so much time breaking down that video. You're telling me I gotta watch another video now? Dang. Ikidis, hello. Welcome. Thanks for being on the Twitch side, Twitch and YouTube. And we are streaming on TikTok again. So I was testing it out after I got so many of those weird timeouts and suspension type things happening. But it looks like coast is clear. DTK says sorry. No, I'm just kidding, obviously. Where was it? Starting soon. DTK. Man, is there a way? How do I watch this without? Because I can't show it on my Discord. All right, I guess I'll open it here.
Okay, so today I'm going to be using the new game.
Oh, so shout out to DTK. He might be the youngest person in my community, but probably the most talented at the same time. All right, so you get both sides of the equation. So shout out to DTK. Do to know. People should watch his YouTube channel. Every time you send me these things, man, I'm so impressed by how much you're able to do at such a young age. And I'm like, I would hope that this is like everyone your age is doing the same thing, kind of. Not for your benefit, but obviously, hopefully the next generation is not cooked, as they say. Hopefully you guys are all cooking, you know? But yeah, anyways, shout out to you, DTK. Let's see what you're saying.
Okay, so today I'm going to be using the new Game I Carry E, and it's also not so new. I'm going to be using it in the app called Cube Station.
Oh, nice transition there.
Called.
Was that a transition or was that like an actual feature? I have no idea what just happened. It looked nice though.
Called Cube Station, or Cube Station.
Ooh.
So I hope you enjoy. Let's go. Okay, so let's start with a ranked match. So let's just click over here, go to ranked.
I like your setup,
I'm still
man.
on bronze 1. So let's see if I can get to the next level by the end of this video.
Okay, now you're just showing off, man.
Okay, it's almost done.
You're not even looking.
All right, we are going against someone called Hacker Tusk X.
Hold on a second. Wait, so what am I watching here? You're using this Rubik's Cube thing, but it's like programmed, it's like synchronized to this app. So every time you do anything, it actually registers. It's like picking up all of the movements. Rachel says, BRB, taking my dog for a walk. Well, no worries. Do your thing. Aikita says, you're getting suspensions. I get a permaban then. I think, no, honestly, I think it was more like temporary bans that I was getting, or temporary suspensions. I think because I was playing YouTube videos. I'm not sure. So if I get struck again, DTK, I'm going to blame you. It's speed cubing and Bluetooth. Man. It's actually kind of cool. All right, let's see. Let's keep watching.
Let's see how this goes. I'm not really warmed up yet today, so... Okay, let's see how the next solve goes. And this is a scramble. What time will I get this time?
How's the latency on this?
Do slower moves and see if I can get a better solve that way.
What the heck?
Oh yeah, that's already helping a bunch.
What a show off!
My
there,
hands
man.
just feel like almost like fast asleep because they're so cold. 20, alright. GG. Let's see what his PB is. He has a PB of 7? What? That's actually kind of crazy. And I am at bronze 2. Let's go, we did it.
Yo.
Finally. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Good stuff, man. DTK, honestly, I keep saying this, but every time you're sharing these videos, I'm like, what am I doing? You're motivating me to actually do better. Because it's like, dude, you're doing all this, all right, at the at the young age of whatever, 13, I think you said. Super impressive. I like how you added your edits in there still. I like that you're like super comfortable in front of the camera. I think that's something, well, I guess for your generation especially, I imagine being comfortable in front of camera has to be the thing to do. So yeah. DTK says, thanks, I have to go. Have a good day. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for sharing. That was epic. Thank you for the boost of motivation. I used OBS. Yeah, and good job on the live streaming stuff, you know? You feel more like a live streamer than I am. And I've been doing this for 6 months now, yeah? Yo, what's happening? L Thing is in the chat. Hello, hello. Gambling it all away. Although, I don't know if that's working, because BC was in here earlier, and for some reason, something was broken. So I think I need to resynchronize something. But thank you very much for trying. And thanks for being here. Oh, hey, L Thing, since you're here, I can show you as well. Because I did a bit of unboxing in the start of the stream. But yeah, I got my new cage, the Tilta cage for my ZR. So obviously I'm using the ZR now, but at some point I'll be able to stack this guy in there. How does it look from this camera? Let's see. There we go. Well, it doesn't really show. Nala doesn't mind. So yes, we got some new gear. Things are good, okay? Life is good. Well, I guess time will tell because I haven't used it yet. So life will be good once I actually take this guy out for a spin. But then I still need to test out my Rodecaster properly. So I am, while I've only tested having that overhead shot, which I should turn off now. Actually, no, I'm going to keep the battery going. I want to see how long it lasts. So I got the Rodecaster. I got one HDMI input put in, which is this overhead view with the wireless receiver. At some point, I need to switch all. I should test all the cameras hooked up to the Rodecaster just to see how it works. I need to watch a few more videos about these like custom flight cases for the Rodecaster, because I would need that for my travels. So there's a few of those kind of moving parts still that I need to do, but generally speaking, I'm feeling very happy. Oh, and then there's a few other things I haven't been able to share with you guys yet. Let me switch over to that full screen real quick. There's been a few things behind the scenes that I can't really get into just yet, right? But as a fun little teaser, and I'm kind of speaking prematurely. For all I know, things will fall apart. You know, life does that, right? But there is an ideal state. In an ideal state, I might be able to work on some cool projects coming up soon with like actual, how do you say, like a professional company. You know what I'm talking about? Not like, I'm talking like big, internationally known something stuff, right? I'm making it sound bigger than it actually is, but it's big to me, and I can't get into it yet because again, it's premature. Who knows? Things happen. But it was kind of cool even just to be reached out to about potential projects or like working in certain capacities and like, you know, when it comes to like trying to be better at like filmmaking and filming and blah, blah, blah. So there's a few things behind the scenes that I am trying to see if I can make sure I position myself properly and pitch myself properly, which could turn to like really cool opportunities. And then I'm still putting in the work when it comes to prepping for the IRL live streaming. So got a few conversations lined up. Like I said, I'm putting all the tech pieces together, testing it out. And so my hope would be by the second quarter of this year. So like right now we're in Feb already. So the rest of this month I'm not traveling. March I might be traveling. April I'm taking a group out for Uganda for the gorilla trek, the chimpanzees, like a photo tour. And then I might be going to Tanzania right after that, possibly, for like a workshop. I'm not sure. So then by May, which kind of, it's like kind of crazy because we're already on the 5th month of the year. So I do need to work faster than that. But at least if all goes well by May, hopefully that's when I can start really going in on like the IRL streams. So it feels like it's far away, but it's also, it will come up real quick. So my goal for February is to spend as much time as possible actually doing the research, collecting all the gear. Like I'm collecting some of the gear now, right? We get the cages, we got the Roadcaster. I need to figure out the Starlink still. I still need to figure out the casing. And then I need to talk to Cyronius a bit more about like the Bella Box concept, stuff like that. But if I spend February just collecting the rest of that, maybe doing like a test pilot within Dubai, like just going on a road trip with a buddy, camping in the desert, testing out live streaming from there. Yeah, I think if I can test that, then afterwards, so then in the month of March, April, as I mix in some of my own travels, but I'll also use that time to start to plan and reach out or see like if I can lock in some dates where I could go to certain locations and actually try this out. So that's my quick little update. Nobody asked, but yeah, just sometimes I need to say it out loud so then it feels a bit more real. But yeah, okay. So where were we? I was editing this video. I want to start it from the beginning again. I need to do oftentimes a bit of a refresh. Where's the music player? Let's pause that. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Something, something, something. Blah, blah, blah. The songs that you'll hear to talk about the people of the Altai Mountains. Blah, 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 blah. And I still need to figure out if I need to add some text here to continue explaining the context. So these ones I need to really tighten up. Okay, so ending, not sure exactly where it'll end, but I think this will be the last of the B-rolls. So then I need to work backwards a little bit. Where is... So we got a lot of drinking shots. This one... Oh yeah, okay. So we need these shots. And then... We may not need to use these ones. Let's just see how these ones go. Okay, so here, I guess I kind of suck at doing the, what do you call it? Speed ramps in DaVinci. I actually felt like CapCut is so much easier. When I'm doing like the speed ramps in CapCut, it was like very, very intuitive. Here in DaVinci, I just constantly get a bit lost. So let me see what I can do. Because I kind of like the entirety of this. I don't want to lose that. So first let me see if I need to stabilize this footage a bit. Okay, so we're gonna do like a, what would you say? Speed in, and then towards the middle, slow it down, and then speed it back up at the end. Sounds simple to say out loud, but then how do we actually do it? All right, where is the speed ramp? Keyframes, speed. So let's see if I add a little keyframe here, and then slow it down to roughly here. And then how do I... God, I hate this. Keyframe curves. There we go. Something like this. Why does that feel like it's not speeding up at all? Am I doing anything? Oh, it's because it's slowed down. Oh, I reversed it. That's why. Okay. The clip is reversed, so I think that means I actually have to do it this way. It's just the opposite of whatever I think I need to do. Okay, I think we're getting there. But it doesn't look too nice. Let's see. It looks a bit jittery, so I'm not sure how to fix that. How to fix this? I guess I could have it end a little sooner. Okay, maybe I'll start it from here. All right, let's see. It doesn't look too good, but what can you do? Ah, okay. If I change this to this thing, does that work? Okay, there we go. Come on. Okay, this looks terrible. Can I just undo everything I just did? Please. See, it looks so much nicer when I can just use the mouse to show what I want, you know? I need a tool that will let me do that. Like, I need AI for this, where I could just be like, hey, I'm going to show you exactly how I want it to be. I want it to look like this. Zoom, you know? Zoom. And then speed up. I can do it with the mouse. I just don't know how to freaking make the tool work for me. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. So how do I do that? Let's try again. So if I click here to there. Maybe I just gotta speed it up super fast. What's the maximum? Okay, so that's too fast. And this is too slow.
Dostlarının
It's just like it looks so much better when I can just use the mouse. Here it just feels like it's jittery, you know what I mean? This is where I lose my mind. Because I swear, I know how it should look, right? But how to use DaVinci to make it look the way I know it could look? Ugh. See, because it looks so smooth here. And then why does it look so bad here? It's like so shaky. Maybe do I have to like restabilize it maybe? Nope. Alright, maybe I'll just keep going and see. So let's add a keyframe here until here. We'll try to mimic the same thing. Alright, let's see. I think we're onto something a little bit. Let's try to add this one in maybe. This is where I'm in like struggle city. I feel like I was onto something and I've lost it, you know? Like there's a good combination somewhere there. But the freaking speed ramp I think killed the vibe for me. Let's see.
жүрушеді той тойлап сұрғын белбеу бір байлап екі тамаққа жаныңыз айтыр.
Okay, I don't mind that ending. So it's like I have no idea what they're talking about, but obviously Aibo here is making fun of this guy for, I don't know, maybe not knowing the words, or so then that's a nice comedic, lighthearted way to end it. So then let's keep working backwards from there. Let's see. Okay. You know what? What if? Let me reset this one. Let's get rid of all the silly things that I just did. Let's delete all these keyframes. Okay. And we'll just let it play out normal speed.
Қолым биылдай қолда жоқтың қиын-ай Достарының көзіндей аударылған дүние.
I mean, that's not bad. All right, let's try again.
Қолтыр қолым биылдай қолда жоқтың қиын-ай Достарының көзіндей аударылған дүние.
I feel like it's missing a few elements there. I like this transition. I just wish it was a bit smoother, and then maybe I can end it here. And we need one face shot, because here it's the face, but this is when she's like ending. So yeah, okay, something like this. Okay, that's good work.
Қолым биылдай қолда жоқтың қиын-ай Достарының көзіндей қиын-ай.
So somewhere around here. And then if we speed up this whole shot.
Dostlarının gözündey
Okay, and let's speed it up. Am I speeding it up at all? I feel like it's doing nothing. Let's go more. Come on. Okay. This might be as good as I can get it, honestly. So let me see. So it could be like okay, and then let's just see if there's a different part of this. Okay. Did that look good actually? Hold on. Actually, that didn't look too bad. Hold on a second. Or Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
Ay kolda joktun kıyın ay Ustaranın gözünde yavda Ustaranın gözünde yavda Ustaranın gözünde yavda Ustaranın gözünde Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya Ay kolda joktun kıyın ay Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya Görüşe Ay kolda joktun kıyın ay Ustaranın gözünde yavda Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım Ustaranın gözünde Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya
Okay, this... I think I can live with this, I think. Let me see.
Ay kolda joktun kıyın ay Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya Görüşelim toy toylap
Okay, I think I can live with that. And then... maybe a little bit.
Görüşelim toy
Maybe we'll let this play out a bit longer.
Ustaranın gözünde yavdarlandım ya Görüşelim toy toylap Torğun bir bir baylap Niye çamak zaydır
Okay, okay. I think this is not bad. So then let me clear out these guys. Oh, wait, no. We might need to use this still. Oh man, we have barely any space then. I spent so much time there that I might have ended up screwing myself over. Let's see. Maybe I have to start from here. Roughly around here. Okay, so we need this to be roughly the same duration, maybe? Okay, I think that's fine. And then... yeah, so we'll make these all the same duration.
Былтыр қолым биыл.
And then just to break it up a little bit, I feel like we need a bit of that time lapse here. So that whole thing could be the time lapse, or at least up until there. Hold on. So then which part of the time lapse looks best? Okay, the colors are a bit better here. So let's take a bit of this one. And then let me speed this up even more. So what do we want? Let's like 500% it. Sure, why not? So then so maybe up until there. Then can we add some more drinking shots maybe? Let's see. Maybe 2 more shots in here, or like 2 clips. Okay, maybe this part here. Okay, I think, you know what? I think we're basically there. Like, I think it could be better, but this should be good enough for me to move on. You know what I'm saying? So let's just play it out from a little bit in the trailer part. Let's pause the music. Let's see how it goes. Actually, let's start from the beginning, because I need to keep thinking through in my head.
Etmey gelip sen tağlanın oynay. Oltır kolum bıyılday, kolda joktun kıyınay. Ustaranın gözünde yavdarılgan dünyay. Görüşedik toy toylap, torğun bir baylap. Niye sama kızlar zaydır birisi? Her şey yüzde geldim. Sandır.
Çünkü toy toylap.
Okay, I think that's good. It's not. Yeah, there's still a few things I need to do. Like I said, I need to add some text here and there. I need to provide additional context as to like what are we watching. Like I don't get it. These guys are singing. What is it? What are they singing about? Why does it matter? Why is this thing called kinship? The fire is small. The circles are. What is all this? So I think that's where the opening, I need to add in that voiceover at the beginning. And then even here, once the title kicks in, I'm thinking there's something missing that I haven't figured out yet, but there something. So King Crux says, whoa, Brody was mad spamming. Oh, yeah. What's up? What's up, King Crux? How's it going, man? I did a bit of unboxing at the start of the stream. So I got my new Tilta cage for the ZR with like everything. It's beautiful. It's got the wooden grip on the right side. I got the side handle and the top handle, the whole shebang. I got the full kit. It's really nice. Let me just bring it over real quick. And I've gotten through the first verse, roughly. I've gotten through the first verse of that Mongolia video that I've been cursed with because I have yet to finish it. So I do need to be faster. But here we go. We got our beautiful little caged rig thing here. And it is a thing of beauty, I will say. It feels very, it just feels good. It feels good. We got that nice wooden handle here. Whatever the rubbery thing is on this side. So I cannot wait to go out here into the world and start shooting whatever it is. So, yeah. Anyways. And like I said, now I feel I'm in a good spot with at least that first verse. King says, so far I'm with you. I'm leaning towards Tilta for the ZR cage. Yeah, look, no shade to small rig. Actually, slight shade. But the only shade I have for small rig, it just happens to be for the ZR. I feel like I've enjoyed all of the cages that I've gotten from small rig. I use it, like it's on my Z9, it's on my Z6 III. It's just that they really missed the mark with the ZR cage. Because here, I might as well show it again. This one here, so Tilta did a good job where it dips down here. So, you're at the top and then it drops down here in front of the camera, right? So it goes in front. So that leaves my shutter finger, all the buttons that I would need to press here, it's within reach. Whereas with the small rig, instead of dipping down and in front of the camera, it just goes over the top. But in between the shutter button and like the three mode buttons on the back side of the top, right? So then they just have this bar that crisscrosses or like crosses right in between those two buttons, right? Or those two areas. So that means if you're trying to hit the shutter button here and you want to hit those buttons on that side, you have to get over the hump of this like annoying steel bar thing. Whereas here, don't have to worry about it at all. It's completely exposed. And it's got a nice little grip here. So quality wise, this is fantastic. Small rig has also been good quality wise. It's just, I think the design, they missed the mark on the full cage. I think Fed in the chat had mentioned he's got the, I think he said he's got like the L, what do you call it? The L bracket cage or whatever, or like the half cage. And that one's fine. But then it's like, for me, I wanted to get the full kit, So anyways, so it's beautiful though. It is a thing of beauty. I'm so excited to start working with it. But yeah, anyways, I've been a bit productive today. We got through the full beginning part, except for some of the voiceover, a little bit of text that I need to add. Otherwise, I think we can move on to our first intermission. But before I do that, let me do a bit of house cleaning here, or housekeeping. Or there's a few things I've been jumping around these clips way too high in the track. So let's see what I can bring down. We can start cutting some of these guys because I'm not doing any fancy transitions. So let's just start clipping it to each other. Okay. Let me drop these guys down. All right, got it all on the same track now. Boom. All right, let me play it from the beginning of this again, just to make sure I didn't accidentally destroy something. Pause my music. Here we go. Oh yeah, I need to add a little bit of like zooms and stuff like that later. Man, you know what's cool? I feel like I don't know. Obviously, I have no idea what they're saying, but even without knowing anything, it is cool that we can all kind of speak a universal language still, you know? It's like you're still conveying emotions. I was like, I have no idea. I just know he's ripping on this guy for doing something wrong with the song, maybe flubbing the words or whatever. And I think, if I remember, I think I was laughing as hard as the rest of them were. And I have no idea, but it's just like so obvious at the same time. It was a good time. Also, I was drunk, so I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, so but I think that's good. And then we're finally able to move to the next chapter. Oh man, I forgot. Oh, I had so many other clips I could have used. Oh no. Hold on. Wait, I moved on too soon. I didn't know I had all these clips. Like, because that's a nice shot here. We get a nice little rotation. Oh no. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I'm not really complaining. It's just I had a few more clean shots I could have used. Whoops. So these two are good ones. You get a little bit of like side motion, rotating, and then you got that little over the shoulder kind of a shot and revealing him performing. And then we got another like over the shoulder shot. So I can use one of these at least. Oh no, I just made my life so much more difficult. And then like we get a nice close-up shot here. So like I would want to use one of these, right? Ooh boy, ooh boy, oh boy. Now it's like one of those, I feel good at the same time. Like it's good because I have more content to play with, but now I feel kind of, dang it, I don't know. Oh, and then we get a nice angle here. How did I miss all of these clips? This is also a nice clip that I could add, right? If anything, I should probably end with this clip. Oh no. Okay, so turns out I have a lot more footage that I could have used. Which is a good thing, because obviously now I can just I'll just keep cleaning up this shot, or I'll make this verse even better, right? So we have better clips to use at different points. However, it also does make me feel a bit, I don't know what the word is, but I'm feeling not like I want to work anymore. Like I need a break. You know what I mean? Because I put in all this effort and I was like, oh no, I got to redo everything. Because I hit a finality. Is that a word? That's not a word. Wait, is that a word? I hit a moment where I was like, okay, I'm done. We can move on. And there was a feeling of like satisfaction that came with it, only to have that rug pulled out from under me. It's like, okay, I got to work back from scratch almost. So, so I think this is where I'm going to call it a day. Because, you know, we got some good work in, but yeah, I think like for me to rework this is just it's mentally taxing now. So, but I am very happy with it. I just now need to take a step away from this so I could come back with a fresh pair of eyes and then figure out what do I do? How do I add some of these moments in? Because I'm a little bit condensed for time. I don't have too much space. I'll need to cut some things, you know, I got to find space for it. And to find space for it, it might mean I have to change my structure quite a bit. So, because we get some good shots here. Like I do want to show these, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, how are my cats doing? There's Kimbap, just chilling. All right, good boy. What about Nala? Okay, everyone's just in a sleepy mood. Everyone's just chilling. I think I'm also in that kind of mood now. So, all right. Thank you guys. Good stream. What did we accomplish today? We unboxed. Wow, such an accomplishment. I spent money and basically showed what I spent money on. Got through a decent amount of Mongolia, but we have so much more to do. So like if I'm being realistic, based on if I treat the next few streams for just proper video editing, I probably have another like 5 days of just straight up editing this video before I can say that we can publish it. However, I do have a few other videos I need to publish soon. And the other thing I mentioned, I briefly mentioned it, but hopefully you guys are going to continue or start watching my YouTube channel and support me, blah, blah, blah. But in exchange, I am planning to publish more videos there more frequently. I talked about it briefly in the stream, but I've got a whole new series of like short or like bite-sized talking head videos where I can just go into just a very, very special topic. I don't know, like a very hyper specific topic, and hopefully it will be things that are of interest. And I mentioned that I'm finally working with a proper editor, so fingers crossed, pray for me that we jive, that we are able to turn a lot of these ideas into proper content that I can publish on YouTube. So King says, I'm watching your catalog of travel videos. Yes, enjoy. Make sure to like every single freaking one of them. Okay, it does help though. Actually, it does actually help. But yeah, no. Hopefully you're enjoying it. What do I have? Technically on my YouTube channel, I don't have that many. I've got the 7 or 8 episodes of my first time in Uganda, where I filmed all of the special days. That was my first time ever doing like a proper travel vlog series. So hopefully if you're starting from there, I hope you enjoy it. I was very proud of I remember it was like after each episode, I was like, this is the best episode I've done. Or like I felt so proud of myself each time. So I was happy with the progress in my learning and development there. Enjoy it, hopefully. Then I had my one video travel episode to Tajikistan because I ended up getting deathly ill. Or I almost died. Like honestly, closest I've been to dying. So feel free to check that one out. It's not as exciting in the sense of like, you know, I had big dreams when I went to Tajikistan. I was going to look for snow leopards and like crazy animals, the Marco Polo sheep. And then instead it was like me with an IV drip in my arm for most of it. But enjoy that video. Then I have a single video for my time in India for the snow leopards and like some time in Jim Corbett for the tigers. Was it one episode? No. Wait, was it? It was either 1 or 2 episodes. I'm forgetting now. Dang it. 1 or 2 episodes for India. And then we've got, I think that's it for all my travel vlogs. Oh yeah, and then Mongolia, of course. So we got the episode 1 of Mongolia. So it's a decent body of work for me, but, you know, because I put a lot of time into it, but I have to be faster. So that's the big goal for this year. I'm going to try to be faster with the high quality content. But yeah. All right. Thank you guys. I appreciate the wonderful stream. Thanks for everyone hopping in, the new people that have come in into the chat. So hopefully you guys will stick around again. I should be back tomorrow. Thank you again, Cyronius, for the epic resub for 7 months. Apparently I've been streaming for 7 months. I didn't realize that. So thank you guys for your support. That's all I got. So until tomorrow then, or until